Michael was in chat.
Yes, Michael is in the chat. The Mountain Man finally has time for a stream. I got the stream up on YouTube. I got the stream up on Discord.
I might be a little low energy today. I had a little too much last night by accident. I do mean by accident. I thought, you know what? I can do one more tonight before I go to bed, and it was a mistake. So,
Odd.
yeah.
It's how it always begins. The man, certainly a myth, but in legend, but what is a man?
He beat me to the punch. I was gonna say a miserable little pile of secrets.
But
But enough talk. How about you? I hope I can make a meme that endures for 30 years the way that one has someday. I'd be quite happy with that.
The only meme, like one of the few memes I can think of that's endured for that long is Loss.
Loss is about 20, I want to say, something like that.
Loss is literally eternal.
Yeah, that's never gonna go away.
It's not. It became so infamous that on the shit, I can't remember if it was like the 10th anniversary or something of that comic. Tim Buckley actually went back to that comic and edited it for a day. He changed it back, but he edited it so in the last panel, Ethan, instead of looking panic, he was giving the viewers like this really smug fucking look.
I saw a version of it with it's on YouTube. It's the girl lying in the hospital after having the miscarriage, and Duke Nukem is standing there, and he's standing over. He says, the caption says, "What do you mean you lost the baby? Go find it." And then it pauses for 5 seconds. Then the Duke Nukem theme kicks in.
I think I've seen that one before.
Yeah, it's great.
You know, I'll give props to Tim Buckley. One. Despite being very butthurt about it at the time, he eventually did grow to get a sense of humor and realize, no, that was pretty fucking stupid.
Well,
and
you have to. They're gonna laugh at you for that long after you're dead. You have to laugh at it too, or else you're just gonna destroy you.
Exactly. No, he was pretty upset about it for a while, and then he kind of came around to it shortly after. Not shortly, maybe like a year or two after. He basically just like hard reset what he wanted to do with the Control-Alt-Delete IP.
Yeah.
Because he was self-aware enough to realize, like, okay, yeah, you know what? After that, like, I realized I like completely lost the plot, and this isn't really like a comic that was supposed to be about like stupid game memes and stuff. It became something that's completely spiraled out of control. So I'm gonna do this one last like arc. Just bear with me. And he basically hard reset it, and he's in a much better place now. It's definitely, I think he took it in the direction that he wanted to take it, and it's worked out well for him. And he has several other side projects too, and he's doing pretty well for himself. He's got a family now, and I mean, the dude basically made his money.
Yeah. I think the problem with that comic, and frankly all the comics and all the, never-ending series is exactly that. They are never-ending. Eventually, you need to hit a hard stop and just, I'm not doing this project anymore. It's over. It's done. Just because, there's something to be said for quitting while you're ahead. I'm just saying.
And that is...
people don't want to do it. People don't do it because they're worried that, well, my other series will not match the success of this one, which is fair. But I'd rather have it just stop and then, fade away than have tried to just keep it on life support for fucking 20 years and just it getting worse over time.
And that is the chronic problem with a lot of web comics, because I used to be growing up, like in my high school stuff, I used to be very heavy into web comics. I really liked web comics. I used to like binge like going back in archives and reading like old web comics all the time. And I was really into all the stuff like Penny Arcade, PvP, questionable content, Mega Tokyo, Sam and Fuzzy. But the problem with, again, all of those is that they just don't know when to stop. They don't have a stopping point.
It's not just webcomics either. It's a lot of different, pieces of art. Like, there are plenty of like regular comic books and regular books, regular film and movie series that have just gone on for way too fucking long.
Oh yeah, I agree. I fully agree. Like they just need to fucking stop.
Yeah, and they go on because again, it's not the artist's problem. It's the issue with like the publisher or whoever's putting the thing out there. Like, well, we know this series is successful, but we don't know if we stop it and go to something else if that will be successful as well. So
Right.
we're safe being a one book author essentially, so long as we can keep making money off that in perpetuity. But the problem is, it's going to decline over time. That's
Right,
what's just going to
right.
happen.
And that's you can see that in a lot of stuff. Like I'll tell you what a very big example is.
Yeah.
And this is actually fairly well known within the greater context because he admitted it, but he didn't say it directly. I think he kind of admitted it through sock puppet accounts. But Jeff Jock, who is the creator of questionable content,
Yeah.
he's basically admitted that like I hate my fans. Like I cannot stand my
Yeah.
fans because all of his fans are like they're the quote unquote modern audience people. They're Tumblrites. They're the lefty Twitter people. The
Right.
blue sky. And the thing that really made him open his eyes to it is he made like a one-off art piece of one of his characters, Maribel, in a
Yeah.
bikini, and somebody said that she wasn't fat enough in it, and it was enough to like genuinely piss him off so bad that he got rip-roaringly drunk and apparently
Yeah.
stabbed his fucking drawing hand.
Oh yeah, I heard. Yeah, he's the hand stab guy. I know that.
Stabbed his drawing hand out of like frustration, and then I don't know if it was because of that or other underlying issues, or maybe it was just times makes you see the other differently. But him and his editor, they were married. Well, they got a divorce shortly after that too, and I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but he seemed like, yeah, this was kind of a long time coming. But
Yeah.
but yeah, and then like shortly afterwards, Martin started dating the trans girl, and the art style changed to become more of that kind of Steven Universe look. And like he's like, look, I hate this, but these people also keep my mortgage paid, so I'm kind
Yeah.
of stuck.
Yeah. That does suck. That does suck.
But it also is a consequence of the fact that, I mean, the comic was originally just supposed to be like a gag a day, like not really a gag a day, but more of just like him kind of talking about like originally supposed to be about like bands and stuff and yada yada, and then
Yeah,
it kind of
just kind of shooting the shit basically.
shooting the shit, yeah, and then it started to get more like character arcs and stuff. But the problem is that like, and you can see like the potential of like what could have been, but it's just so structurally unsound that
Yeah.
it never would have gone anywhere unless Jeff actually like sat down and like, no, I'm going to make a story, I'm going to make these arcs, I'm going to see everything throughout it and have a definitive end to all this stuff.
Yeah, for real. That's the issue a lot of us have, which is making art in general, especially like anything plot based. It's okay to wing it for a while, but you do need to sit down and plot it eventually. I'm having that issue with one of my things right now, or a couple of them right now, I'd say. I got so used to winging it, and that works if you're locked in and are consistently winging it, day after day. but I can't do that anymore because of work. So now I have to sit down and actually plot my shit out.
Right. You have to
Yeah.
like actually sit down and like, you don't have to like hard out. And I that's kind of the
No,
problem.
no,
I
that's the
finally,
issue. When you say outlining to somebody, they treat it like you just told them to fucking get raped or something. It's like no. Outlining can be anywhere from like a 1,000-page treatment, just saying this, like the broad things I want to discuss in this book, to going how insane people do it, which is just plot point by plot point, everything like a big fucking Excel spreadsheet. That's the kind of outlining I fucking hate. You just need to have a vague sense of where you're going and how you're going to get there. That's the important part. Once you have that, you can fill in the blanks the rest of the way.
And you see, that's what I've started. I actually spent the last few days kind of doing that with some of my other ideas I've been talking with Tion about. I was kind of like, you know what? I've got some free time. I'm just gonna do a bunch of research and do some iceberg world building, just to like understand all the mechanics and movements and stuff that may not go into the actual thing, but I want to stop being as directionless as I have and have like some kind of idea of like what I want to do. So
Yeah. You know what a good way of doing that is?
What are we talking about?
Just the act of writing stories and stuff. The way that I think a really good way to do that is actually start with the ending. Have an ending in mind. Do not go into a project without knowing what the ending is going to be, at least vaguely. It doesn't have to be like fleshed out or in depth. It can be as little as like a sentence, but the story is going to end like this. Start there, and then from there, kind of work from the backward if you can. But you need to have the ending first, in my opinion, because you need to know what you're working towards. You don't have that, and you're flying completely blind.
See, that makes a lot of sense to me, and I considered doing that for some of my projects, but I just wasn't too sure.
Yeah. The way to do it is literally, okay, I have kind of a vague idea of what I want to make. How would what's the way I think it should end? Just in general. How do I want it to end? And again, it can be as little as like a sentence or so. Just have some vague idea of, I want it to end kind of like this. That's all you need to start. Once you have that, you're all set. Just work from there. That's just my recommendation. I say that because when I was doing that, my stuff was a lot better written. Now that I'm not doing that, it's not, so I have to get back to doing that. Also, you mentioned world building. I want to discuss world building a little bit too. So, world building, I feel a lot of people fall into it as way too much of a good thing. Way too much of it. Hey, Tion. If you're world building way too much, it is a problem. At that point, it's not helpful anymore. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I want to emphasize this. World building is not the same as writing a story. It is not. Because people get caught up in the trap where they just, go through their world building, their Bible, the history of the entire world, all this stuff. I've seen people do this for years, and you ask them, like, cool, that's awesome. How much of the story have you actually written? And they pause, and they're like, oh, I have to finish this and this first, I have to start, and then they're like, no, how much of the book have you written? Like, what's your total word count for actual story? And they usually say, like, chapter or less. Really, you've worked on this thing for 5 fucking years, you have a chapter or less written of it. What are you doing? You know what I mean?
See, that's also a problem I have with, like, certain people who ingest media. They're always talking about, like, well, the world building's not really fleshed out. And to that I say, well, does it need to be for the story to work?
Exactly. And here's the thing also, like, world building is not something that you can do that in-depth up front because no plan's going to survive contact with the enemy. You can have the entire world fleshed out ahead of time. The problem is that shit will go out the window faster than you think, and suddenly you're flying blind again. Which is why you kind of have to world build as you go. You can't just set it all up up front. You have to know what I need to do in the moment, and then kind of figure it out. I'm actually kind of a fan of, I kind of like going into a world with as little world building done up front as I possibly can, because then I get to figure it out as I go along with the audience. And I do enjoy doing that. There is obviously some danger there, but if you can pull it off properly, it's really cool. You just have to make sure at a time that the stuff you're putting in is not nearly as retarded as it might end up actually being in the end. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why shit like RWBY failed. is because
I knew you were gonna
they're-
bring that up. I knew it. They're trying to
Wait.
build
I
the
fucking
plane.
got
to fly it.
back into the put another
Back into the
coin in
jar,
the
put
jar.
it-
Back into
Put it
the
in the
jar,
Blake jar.
Blake.
Oh my god! You had
We
to
all
say
knew-
it. I knew it was
We all
coming.
knew it was coming. We all knew it was coming. But yeah,
Yep.
seriously though, that is the reason why RWBY did ultimately fail, is because it has all this really cool world building and shit, but it's all
But no actual story.
no actual story, no actual sustenance.
Yeah. Michael said something interesting in the chat. He says, I've read books that are literally just the world building, but they're sci-fi based around deep time. So stuff like that can work, but it's for a specific genre and a very specific audience. I'd say something like that is going to be a lot less mainstream than we might think, even just from its description. You're going to get a niche following for that, which is cool, but you have to understand that if I want this to have any kind of like wider appeal, regular people are not going to enjoy it that much, which is fine. Not everything has to be for everyone. That being said, if it's something you want to make money on instead of it being a passion project, you kind of have to compromise a bit there. You know what I mean?
Right, right. And you know, it's not like, you know, if you don't care about any of that and you say you just
Yeah.
want to do what a lot of people like to do, because a
Yeah,
lot of people just
if it's a passion project, then do whatever the fuck you want. I'm
Right.
saying if you're trying to actually sell this kind of thing, you need to have, you know, an idea of how to do that.
Right, right, and I completely agree, because there's a difference between trying to say, like, you know, there's a lot of people who just write fan fiction because they're like, hey, look, you know, I just really
Yeah.
like writing fan fiction, and
And that's fair. That's
Wanna-
totally fair.
I just want to,
I just want to write and have fun with it, and I don't care if I make money. I just want to have fun with it. I don't want the
Right.
stress having to worry about the money problem. That is entirely fair. No problem with that. But if you're somebody who has even the vaguest inkling of at some point I do want to make some money off this, even just a bit, you kind of have to be a lot more careful with how you do it. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, if you just wanna do what a lot of people do, and you're like, I just really like this universe, and I want to make my own lore and, you know, side stories within this universe, I'm going to do that. But then
I mean-
it's like, I have something original, and I need to be more careful about what I do with my original works, because it's not like writing a fan fiction. That's
Yeah.
It needs
Yeah.
more. It needs a little more thought and structure to it than just like spitballing some ideas, and then being like, I think that idea is cool, and then, you know, eventually what's the word, expanding upon that idea.
Fuck!
Yeah.
It's, you
What was
know,
I gonna
and-
say?
and
Yeah.
the other thing is
Oh,
in
go on.
the other thing, what's up?
Oh, you can keep talking. Keep going.
Oh, the other thing is in fan fiction is that, you know, if you put something in a fanfic and, you know, maybe your readers don't like it or you don't like it, you can just be like, whatever. It's
Yeah. Yeah.
It was, you know, I thought it was a cool idea at the time. I thought it was a cool plot point. Wasn't that great? You know,
Yeah.
that's my
So,
bad. I realize it. I realize it now. Like, it's whatever. You always go back. You always go back and say sorry. Maybe rewrite it. You know, you have that
Yeah.
ability.
You do. It's different if
Yeah, but
So-
who fucking fanfic readers though.
True. So that's the thing. That's true with both fanfic and original audience members, though. It's they can't really put into words, you know, what they feel, but they know what they're feeling. Does that make sense? Like, they know
that
when they
makes sense.
dislike something, even if they don't know why, and they're bad at explaining it. That's true for all audience members, for the most part. A lot of them don't understand why they have an issue with something in the story, but they have an issue with it. Now it's your job as the writer to figure out where did I fuck up, and how and why, and how do I fix it.
No, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and the thing is, a lot of them also, like, they won't tell you directly that something's fucked up and that they dislike part of the story, but you can tell because you'll notice your metrics dropping over time. So if you're, like, writing a book and suddenly you get a wave of, not a wave, but just a steady stream of people who are unfollowing or disliking it or something like that, or giving it low star reviews, that's an indication that it's not just one person, it's a problem with a lot of people. So now you have to figure out, what did I do wrong, how do I fix it?
Right. And that could be really hard if you're like, you know, like
Yeah.
thousands of words and, you know, multiple chapters in, and
Yes.
you're like, fuck, where, who, what did I do wrong? Where do I go?
It's also an issue because people complain a lot about the audience being entitled. They are not entirely wrong. A lot of that is overblown. It's just people making excuses for their shitty body of work.
Right.
That being said, a lot of times the audience is entitled, but you have to know
absolutely.
Yeah,
who should I
you
pay
want
attention there.
a good
So,
excuse of that?
yeah,
You want
if it's a
you want a good
what I
example
will,
of that?
yeah, go on.
The Digital
Let me know.
Circus fan base.
Yeah. So what I will say is, if the audience is giving you money for your work in some way, you need to be very careful about referring to them as entitled, because motherfucker, I gave you money and I dislike your product. I have a right
That's
to complain about
fair.
it. That is fair. It's different if it's something you're getting for free, which is why I dislike the Royal Road fan base in this case, because those motherfuckers get all the books on there completely for free, and they're very likely to nitpick each and every word you write on there, which fucking blows. It's like, thanks, buddy. I put hours into this and gave this thing to you for free, and here you are just going over with a fine-tooth comb looking for shit to complain about. I don't appreciate that. It's different if I'm selling you a book and there's an obvious problem with it. In that case, yes, let me know so I can fix it. Ideally, be nice about it, but if you let me know so I can fix it. Don't sit there being the fucking neckbeard going over every fucking line in the fucking chapter with a fine-tooth comb pointing out, you fucked this up, you fucking idiot. It's like, okay, sure. How about you read a book you actually enjoy, buddy, instead of the one that you're getting for free that you hate?
Right. It's just like, what? How do these people enjoy anything in life? Like,
I don't know.
Really just
They're looking for reasons to complain.
They are.
The thing is, for a lot of them, on Royal Road at least, their complaint ultimately boils down to, this book is not written in the way that I think it should have been written, which, it's not your book to write, first off. So
I think that's a problem with a lot of people, regardless if they're paying for it or not. It's like, it's not written how the way I thought, so therefore it's bad. And
right.
And it's like, no, that's not how it works. If they write the way you wanted it to be right, with the twist and shit that you wanted, then the author's not writing their story anymore, which is what you came here for.
Right. If you want the book written in a certain way, write the book
Write
yourself.
a fanfic.
Don't write mine. Like, don't read mine and complain that it's not written the way you want it to be.
Right, exactly.
You have the power to write your own book as well. Like, do your hands work? Clearly, because you're typing bullshit on the fucking keyboard. So go write your own thing in that case. Don't bitch about mine like that.
Oh, I love
It's
what
like-
Michael said. I love what Michael said. My really cool scene with a magic guy who's dark and edgy is the coolest thing ever, and my fans are wrong.
Okay. I think I'm already getting used to the tank controls in Resident Evil. It's reminding me how much I dislike tank controls in games.
Which one you playing?
It's great.
Which Resident Evil are you playing?
Where's Run X?
I'm guessing it's one of the older ones.
Stream it later at 3. I just wanted to get a little bit of practice in before I did, because I haven't played the game in ages.
Yeah. Sorry, I think you broke up. Which Resident Evil is this?
The original, the very first one.
Oh, the original, like the
the
PS1 version.
Yeah, well, I'm playing it on Steam.
Yeah. Okay. So, I think I might know part of the reason why you dislike the control so much. I don't think the original one from like the 90s has an auto aim feature.
No,
So it makes aiming a lot more
I'm
clunky.
playing the Steam version. I'm playing the Steam version, which is the DualShock version.
Oh, so does the DualShock have auto aim?
Yes. I mean, it's the same
Okay, it
version
does.
that Joey played on GOG, but on Steam.
Okay. We didn't play the original one
Yeah.
on stream, did we, Joey?
No,
You
we
played 2 and 3.
We played 2 and 3. I have still not played.
Yeah.
Oh! I thought you could. I could have sworn you played 1 on stream.
No,
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either way,
One in
playing
general,
the Steam
one in
version-
general, even with the DualShock version, does feel clunkier than 2 or 3 do. 2 and 3 feel a lot more fluid, just moving.
yeah.
So I would
I-
not
it's
let
just that I've
one. I
never-
would not let one being clunky color your opinion of the rest of the classic ones.
Oh,
Just
oh,
my
of
2
course
cents.
not. I played.
Yeah.
I played at least 2, like back in middle school, and I enjoyed it. It's just
Oh,
that
okay.
one of the problems I had is tank control, and I grew up in an era where tank controls were pretty much dead.
Yeah.
So
So it's funny people say that, because my first time playing a game with actual tank controls was Resident Evil 2, and I played that game in like 2011. So I'm the same way. Like, they were around,
Yeah.
I just didn't play anything with tank controls until about that time. So I was already fucking like 15 years old when I played it. So if my dumbass 15-year-old self can get used to tank controls, anybody can. It just is a matter of how much am I willing to tolerate with this. You know what I mean?
well, that explains why you don't leave the mansion, because demonic little zombie dog popped his little stupid head out.
yeah.
And I tried to.
Yep.
Yeah. But the other thing about Resident Evil, I'm mostly just playing around to get used to the tank controls.
Yeah.
While I have played the original Resident Evil 1, like on an emulator on my phone before, like I got like 30 minutes in before I dropped it because I was playing on my phone and I didn't have an actual controller, so it sucked ass.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna definitely go into this blind. I'm just trying to get used to the tank controls, like get good at moving it, because there's gonna be. I can't remember if this game has chase sections or not.
Oh, it does not. Well, there is a section later on where it's a bit of a chase section, but it does not last very long. It's like one room, and it's about the sharks. Once you get through that, that's really it. There's also a part, I think, where you're underground where you have to outrun a boulder, but it lasts for like 10 seconds. So,
How
not
doesn't Chris
really.
push the boulder?
Yeah, why doesn't he just punch it? Fuck him. What was I gonna say? There's not really any space where you need to be like constantly running away from something in that game. Plus, in general, the mansion and eventually the underground and the labs are so confined that you can't really move around very much anyway. So,
Oh, it's A to shoot. But when I was using the knife earlier, I had to click X to shoot use it. Oh, never mind. The fuck? It's fucking stupid.
I just realized I've been like
Clearly
15
hitting
seconds behind the stream. I've been there, man. You're among friends. I'm just trying to think about other stuff in Resident Evil. How much do you know about kind of the quirks that goes into the first Resident Evil game, Tion?
I do not know any of the quirks except for maybe hit the Texan being kind of weird, like with this knife.
It is.
I'm hitting you.
The knife fucking sucks. Don't use the knife. Like, just don't. You're better off reloading a save to get more ammo than use the knife. The knife does not. The knife is useless until Code Veronica, where it's only useful because of a glitch, and then it's only really useful in general starting in 4. Anything before 4, you're better off not using it.
That's because Leon in 4 is the knife guy.
Yeah. It's only useful in 4 because it's a side weapon. You don't have to go in your inventory and equip it and all that shit. You can just press a button and pull it out, as opposed to every other game where you have to equip it.
I do know that, well, first of all, if it's better to ignore enemies in this game because bullets are scarce in this game.
For the most part. So what I would say is you're gonna get the shot. Are you playing as Jill or Chris?
Right now I'm playing as Chris, but I'm gonna let my friend decide who I play as first.
Okay.
When I stream it.
When you get the shotgun, you really don't want to use it against regular zombies unless you're just out of everything else. You want to save the shotgun because when you go back to the mansion later, you have to fight hunters. And hunters in RE1 are fucking assholes with anything less than the shotgun.
Aren't they always assholes?
Yes, but in Resident Evil 1, the original, they're especially assholes because they are really fast, and they often attack from off-screen. And they're racist, yes. If you are walking around the mansion and there are hunters there, and you are in caution, that is the instant kill range for a hunter. They can instantly kill you if you're in caution. Yellow caution, not red caution.
Oh shit, crows. I gotta get out of here.
The way they do it also is they rush you off-screen suddenly and decapitate you in one move. So you don't want to be in caution in the mansion when there are hunters around, if you can avoid it.
Christ almighty.
Yeah.
I've skipped this game, but I actually really want to experience it. I mean, I bought it. I mean, it was only like on sale for like $1.99.
I'm not gonna give you anything like super in depth. I'm just telling you stuff that pissed me off when I played it, so it probably won't piss you off as bad if you know going into it.
Nah, it's gonna piss me off.
Because it fucking sucks if you saved 15 minutes ago and you're walking around in caution and a hunter off-screen decapitates you before you can even react to him. So don't let it happen to you.
All right.
Yeah, you probably also know Resident Evil thing, rotate your saves as well.
Yes, but I don't know if they took this out, or maybe there's a mod that can do it, but don't you have to get ink ribbons to save?
You do.
Which is fucking stupid.
Yes.
You do.
Which is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I legitimately hate the idea of that. I get it's like a survival horror, but let me just save. When I get to a save room.
So the funny thing is, I know why they did it. They wanted your death to have consequences, right? Which is fair. The problem is, I think ink ribbons are not scarce in RE1, but they're more rare than you want them to be. Whereas in Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 2, they fix it by giving you 2 ink ribbons at every single typewriter you go to, except for like 3 of them in the whole game, and that's for both scenarios.
My problem with the idea is that dying's already punishment enough, especially given how it works, because like it's not like typewriters are fucking everywhere, right?
Yeah.
They're in select locations. So the thing is that if I die to a boss or like a zombie or something like that, I gotta go all the way back to that room and backtrack to where I was.
Yep.
Death's already punishment enough. I don't need the extra punishment of not being able to save whenever I want to. That's stupid.
It is. And they did fix it starting in RE2, where they give you a lot more ink ribbons in general.
Okay. Why not just get rid of them?
Good question. I guess I wanted to keep that a bit more, where it's like even your saves are limited. So there's always that fear of like, if I run out, what do I do? Even though if you're not an idiot, you won't run out.
Or if you're playing on an emulator, which I'm unfortunately not for this playthrough.
Yeah. What else was I
How
gonna
do I
say?
exit out of this game?
You need to make sure before you go to the lab as well. Make sure you find the Magnum, because you need it. And when you get the Magnum, do not use it for anything except like the final boss, because they only give you, I think, 2 reloads for it in the whole game. So be careful with that thing.
Nah, but of course.
Yeah, it's not like RE2 where they give you literally like 60 plus bullets for the Magnum plus an upgrade for it, which is kind of crazy. In RE1, it's like you get this gun and 12 bullets for it. Have fun. Try not to hurt yourself. Yeah.
They don't want me to have fun.
Nope. It could be worse. It could be Code Veronica, where I believe you only get 1 reload for it, and you need it to beat the final boss. And it's easy to miss.
I'm not looking forward to playing Code Veronica.
No one should. It's not very fun. Let me explain how bullshit the Magnum is in Code Veronica. So it is technically possible to beat the final boss without the Magnum in Code Veronica. It is so unfathomably difficult, though, that if you get there and don't have it, you're better off reloading the entire game and starting over, because it's less frustrating to do it that way than just trying to fight the boss without the thing. Why is that an issue? Because the Magnum is extremely easy to miss in Code Veronica, like ridiculously easy. If you're not using a guide your first time through, you will probably miss it. It's that easy. And then when you get it, they only give you the 6 shots in the gun and then 1 reload for the whole game. And if you don't kill Alexia with that ammo, good luck.
But of course.
Yeah, Code Veronica is not my favorite, as you can probably imagine. It's still better than Zero, though.
Oh, I actually did play Zero.
Oh, my condolences.
I'm sorry.
Me too.
Yep.
Zero. They really overcompensated for us having 2 playable characters in that game.
So Zero is funny to me because it's very much the Resident Evil equivalent of like a Silent Hill 4 situation, where it's just the devs are saying, hey man, we've made this series for like a fucking decade or so now, and we are so bored of it, we want to do something else, but we can't. So how do we have fun making this game? Which is, I don't know, throw a bunch of new shit in and see what sticks. And then, so they do that, they throw a bunch of new shit in, and absolutely none of it sticks because it's all awful.
I get the game screen fitted on OBS because for some fucking reason, it's really small.
I played Zero and liked it. Kinda. That's like the nicest thing anybody ever says about Zero. It's kinda okay if you squint. At certain parts. But then you remember like other parts and you're like, oh wait, no, it's not that fun. Fuck that game.
Rebecca's hot, I guess.
Rebecca is pretty hot, yeah.
Rebecca is hot. Why do you think Wesker's into her?
I was gonna say though, it's a shame that she's used goods thanks to Wesker, most likely.
Come on. Wesker didn't fuck Rebecca.
That is true. He doesn't have enough game to get with Rebecca.
Wesker is too functionally autistic to ever score with a woman like Rebecca.
Yeah.
Listen, let's be real for a second.
Minnie, what was the joke that we said? The complete vaginal saturation at the Christmas party.
Yep, complete vaginal insemination.
Let's be real. If Wesker screwed, it's like, let's be real. Jake is the result of Wesker fucking a female clone of himself.
Probably.
Probably.
Oh wait, Joey, Michael asked a great question. This is our time to shine. The fuck ever happened to Billy? Like we never see him again. We talked about
cares?
this like a year or so ago. Billy Cohen is the smartest character in the whole series because he goes through all that bullshit in Zero and just pieces right the fuck out. We don't know where he is, and that's a good thing. He said, you know what? Fuck all that bullshit. I'm gonna go down to South America and become like a crypto millionaire. Fuck all of you.
He went down to South America, became a crypto millionaire, and then, and then he got Rebecca in on his scheme. So she has an 80%.
That's our headcanon.
She has an 80% return on her stock portfolio every year because of that.
Yeah, that's our headcanon we came up with for why Billy's not in Resident Evil. He's too busy fucking like tearing shit up on a South American beach and just counting his crypto earnings.
I originally had a darker theme, but the zombie dogs actually got him somehow.
Nah, Billy's too cool for that.
Billy's too cool
You're
for
right,
that.
he's too cool for that. You just punched him in the face with his handcuffs, Riff.
Yeah. Billy has a Queen reference tattooed on his arm. You really expect me to think he'd go out like a bitch like that? Come on.
You're right, he's not Steve.
He's not Steve.
Exactly.
Steve, you could have fixed Steve Burnside if you gave him the Queen tattoo on his arm, because then he wouldn't be Steve Burnside. You know what I mean? He'd be a different character in that point. Because you have a Queen tattoo on your arm, you're never going to end up like Canon Steve did. He'd be a different person because of that.
Bro, Steve is going to be a completely different character in the remake.
Good, he needs to be.
Good, he does.
Yeah, you're right.
I hope he's a different
Right.
character. I honestly hope he's Billy in the remake instead. It's just not Steve. Like, pretend Steve didn't even exist.
No, I want it to be Leon.
Or they
Just
put
randomly
Leon-
Leon for no
they
reason.
Put Leon in.
Wasn't it supposed to be originally? And then like, wait, we're gonna kill this guy off. That can't be Leon. He wouldn't go out like a bitch like that.
Steve does kind of look like a beta
I
Leon.
swear I read that somewhere where they wanted it to be Leon early in development, and they're like, but wait, story-wise, we're gonna kill this guy off. That can't be Leon. So put some like fucking sacrificial lamb in here. Make him look like a bitch too.
Have him ruin our escape attempts twice.
Yeah. Have him creep on Claire, stare at her ass all the time.
Nearly kiss Claire in his sleep without consent.
Yeah.
I love you, Claire. Why?
What's your guys' favorite? What's your
I don't know.
guys' favorite Steve Burnside quote? Mine is "Consent doesn't matter." Actually.
Claire! Yeah! Help me!
What's a father?
Father!
That was pretty good. And by good I mean bad, and by bad I mean shit.
Oh.
Ooh,
Here we
this is
go.
My favorite is how quickly he contradicts himself after he gets his gun. It's like, you see? You can depend on me. You see? These guys are a lot more reliable than any person.
So,
What?
Michael just asked another great question. Who's still paying for Umbrella shit, by the way? Like, who's this shit never worked? Who are they selling it to? It's a fantastic
Nobody.
question. Umbrella's whole thing is, like, if you break it down, this is like the lore answer. It's basically the Spider-Man thing. Why not cure cancer? Because I want to cure people with dinosaurs. Why not cure cancer? I don't want to cure cancer. I want to make people into hideous abominations of science. That's the whole reason they exist.
What was it?
It's
we
not
said?
about making money. The money is just like an addition, a possible addition. What they want to do is make people into like monsters.
What was it we said during the RE2 stream with Michael? It's like, because they were making shit like rail guns and like
Yeah.
eternal like
We were like,
generators, and it's
you
like
could sell that shit to the military-industrial complex and just be set for like eternally. But instead, you're making like, you know, creepy monsters and stuff that fundamentally are not nearly as effective as you think they are.
Yeah, you need a monster
We know that because they
requires
get-
incest in order to spread its virus.
We know they're not as effective as you think they are because every single tyrant gets taken down by basically some like random rent-a-cop with a handgun, canonically. So, and you expect those things to like knock over Eastern Europe? What the fuck ever? What are you, stupid?
Listen, you say that, but let's be real. If you become a Resident Evil prototype, that instantly is like a boost to your stats for no fucking reason.
This is true, yeah. You get honestly some of the most insane plot armor in all fiction if you think about it.
Yeah, you just become superhuman for no reason. Even in the more down-to-earth remakes, like a lot of these people are like really superhuman.
Yeah. I do appreciate also that people phrase the question over and over, like, how the hell are these guys going through all of this? We established that a scratch or a bite from any of the infected monsters turns you into one of them. So how do we expect them to believe that everyone just goes through all this bullshit? They're just not going to scratch the whole time, and Capcom's canonically like, yeah, pretty much.
they're just built different.
And then when they do
Yeah,
get
basically-
infected, when they do get infected, there's always a convenient way to cure them in that same general area.
Yeah, it's basically canon that every single Resident Evil Pro Tag basically does a no-hit run throughout the entire day. It's
and when they
insane.
don't, they get fixed up by the end anyway, in a way that a normal jerk
Yeah.
off never would. Literally, unironically, the most debilitated we've ever seen an RE Pro Tag be from being infected at all was in Requiem with Leon getting the Raccoon City thing.
And that barely slowed him down.
It did
I
that,
better
and
slow him
he's still
down.
fucking 50 years old, roundhouse kicking people's heads off.
Isn't he 60?
He's 50.
He's 50.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, actually, he's 49 years old, but who's counting?
Not his wife, who is most likely Claire. I don't care what you say, it's Claire.
Probably.
Probably either her or Ada.
I hope they do a
Or
Dark
both.
Horse pick and pair him up with somebody completely unexpected, like Sheva or something. That'd be hilarious.
No.
Where's
I got a
Sheva been?
funner.
She's been at home in Leon's kitchen the whole time, like a smart woman.
No, I got a funnier idea, just randomly.
Hit me with it.
For
What you
no
got?
reason. It's
Yeah.
Mia.
It's Mia. Oh,
Yes, yeah.
no, you know who it should
Randy
be?
Mia.
Oh, we're
Zoe.
being
Should be
spicy
Zoe.
today.
Yes, Zoe. Yes, there we go. It's Zoe.
We're being really spicy today.
Yeah. What if it's that one cute Latina girl from Darkside Chronicles? She's still alive canonically at the end of that game, so it could be her.
You know, some people have been jokingly saying it's Sherry, and I was like, fuck, don't.
No, it's not Sherry.
It's not
Sherry. Now, see, here's
Don't
the
do
thing. People who are getting really mad about that are really mad about it for the wrong reasons. I understand it, but also it's kind of stupid why you're complaining about it. Complain about it because first off, Leon would never do that. Second off, neither would Sherry, and third off, it's not in character for either of them. So, complain about it that way. Don't say it's oh, he's fucking all this shit, you know?
Plus, Sherry's still shaking shaking off the advances from Jake, who keeps trying to call her.
Yeah,
It's like I said, no, motherfucker. The relationship's over. I dumped you.
yeah.
Go away.
Yeah, she's too busy giving him the Jake the Spider treatment.
Yeah.
Like we
I can
joked
be
about.
anything you want me to be, Sherry. I want
I
you
want
to be
you
dead.
To be dead.
I want you to be dead.
Umbrella
Yeah, I'm gonna
canonically
play Marvel
invented
Dokkan.
first aid spray, which cures actual fucking bullet wounds instantly. That could print money. They could. They just don't want to.
They just
That's
don't
like
want
the
to.
actual
No, that-
explanation.
No, Michael, that wasn't Umbrella who made those first aid spray. I'll tell you the real company that made those first aid spray. Shoe.
Is there a joke here that I'm missing?
Shoe. It's Shoe. Company's name Shoe.
Is it actually?
Shoe.
Am I getting gaslit?
No, not at all.
I
think I'm being gaslit.
I think you're
I
getting
think I'm being
gaslit.
gaslit. I hate how the definition of gaslighting changed, by the way. The definition of gaslighting never changed. You're just imagining things. Stop it.
Gaslighting? Gaslighting isn't
Gaslighting.
real. You're
isn't
just
real.
crazy.
You're just
now
crazy.
take your meds.
Now take your meds.
Leon's got a harem. It's not sexual in nature. He's just the only person worth dating in the whole world. It's actually true if you think about it. I mean,
It's
like,
true if you think
who else
about
is
it.
there? I mean, Chris is too autistic. Plus, he's married to the Boulder already. Who else is there aside from Leon? Fuck, my man's got to repopulate the whole species at this point. Jesus.
Bro, if for the Clover Veronica remake, we need Claire to do something like really crazy. I'm talking like Chris punching a boulder or Leon deflecting a whole bunch of arrows with his knife, crazy.
Yeah, Leon parrying the car. Levels of crazy.
Yeah, Leon parrying a car, crazy.
Yeah.
We need Claire, like during the intro scene, right? Where she's running down that hallway from a minigun. They shoot
Yeah.
a rocket at her and she just jumps off the rocket to get to another
Yeah.
building.
So, do you guys remember when Halo 5 came out and everyone clowned on that stupid intro cinematic because it looked retarded? Like, you make the Spartans look like Power Rangers like this, with the shit they're doing. You could have the Resident Evil Pro Tags doing that exact same thing and it would not be out of place for any of them.
It would not.
Which is funny to think about. But yes, I agree. Claire needs to do something fucking crazy in that intro, just to kind of up the game a little bit.
Yeah, it's Code Veronica. We don't really care about the horror aspect of the game.
I don't-
Alfred, a game with Alfred. What the fuck his last name is? Does not need to be-
Ashford.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ashford. Does not need to be that crazy.
Furious what they're going to do with him. Because,
They
like,
can't change him. They
because
can't change him.
I'm curious
Keep
though.
the dolphin laugh. Keep
I'm-
the dolphin laugh.
Well, like he's such so Alfred's like canonically a massive gooner. I think if you keep him in like that, Reddit's gonna get really offended. You know what I mean?
Who cares?
It's like looking in a mirror. Now, who cares? Redditors aren't really people, but unfortunately, they buy a lot of shit because they're also consumers. So, actually, you know what? I want them to keep that in and just keep it intact, and then to like directly hit and uses Reddit, just to really piss them off. It'd be very funny.
I don't give a fuck about Reddit. What would need to happen
Yeah.
Oh,
is
People
that
complained about
they
Alfred
gotta
when it
keep
came
dolphin
out.
laugh.
They need to keep everything about that guy intact. Because it's funny. I assure you, dear player, the Ashford family incest is essential to the plot.
I mean, it is.
It is.
But did it really need to be?
now if Capcom was really based, they'd keep the original Claire line that she says about
You cross-dressing freak.
You're
yeah,
cross-dressing
exactly.
freak. No, it's like the scene about when they tear off the butterfly's wing. One of my favorite lines from like somebody who saw that was like, "Who was recording this and why didn't they stop it?" and then he goes on to say, "Well, the fact you can talk about the incest or the animal cruelty is just wow." Oh my god.
Claire just calls Leon in the opening, says, "Leon, I need you to clip this," and she 360 no scopes the helicopter pilot. Please let
No,
that
better.
happen. Please let it
Let
happen.
that
Better.
happen.
Better idea. See rules.
Yeah.
See rules of nature, Sid.
Rules of nature's it, yeah. You could 100% put a cyborg ninja into Resident Evil at any point, and it would make total sense right now.
I'm kind of shocked.
You could
we
take Metal Gear Rising level Raiden and drop him right into the Resident Evil verse, and it would make perfect sense.
No, I think for Resident Evil, you gotta stop at Gray Fox.
The Gray Fox.
Yeah, you have to stop at Gray Fox. Let's be real. Gray Fox is great, but like, there are a lot of people who think Gray Fox could beat Raiden in his first cyborg
Fuck
body,
no.
or even
Fuck
his rising body. I'm like,
No,
no,
dude, like Gray Fox
No.
gets soloed by like Metal Gear Ray in the first one, and we saw what Raiden does to
Rex,
Ray
yeah.
in Rising before he even
Yeah.
gets his upgraded body.
Dude,
What the
dude.
fuck?
dude. What gets me is like people saying, well, he could take on the 4 body. I'm like, the fuck he can. Did you see what Raiden did with a missing hand to Outer Haven? No, love Gray Fox, but Raiden would eat him up for lunch.
He would.
Never underestimate the power of a depressed African man, white African man.
The forbidden African man, some might say, the white one.
You know the other thing that gets me about like that right is that it's like, didn't Gray Fox get beaten by like Snake? Like
Yes, he did.
for real?
Yes, he did.
What's up? Theoretically, Human Raiden could beat Gray Fox too, because like
Yeah.
it's not like MGS2 Raiden is that far behind Snake in terms of skill. Yeah,
Exactly
Snake's
right.
got more experience. Yeah, but like, I don't think he has. I don't think Raiden was like a child killer. He's been fighting since like he was an actual child.
He's been fighting since like 5 years old, canonically.
Yeah, 5 years old, and he did it with knives in the battlefield.
He
Where he got
did.
a nickname.
Yeah.
That's terrifying. Yeah, he beat Gray Fox pretty handily, even as a human. Gray Fox still the fucking GOAT now, but like,
Yeah.
pick your battles, Gray Fox fans.
You did it.
We did it, Reddit! We saved
You
the
did it.
city!
Did you actually?
We did it, Reddit. We found the Boston bomber.
Found?
I tried to play Marvel Tokon and it didn't let me. The game crashed before I could even get into the actual game. That's not a good.
That's not good.
Batman, that's not very good, Batman.
I have a coworker of mine who's like brand new to PC gaming, and he asked for my help setting up New Vegas for mods. So we did it, and so I got him started on that because he's never played modded New Vegas before. And so he like comes the next day, he's like, so we set all those mods up and it was working great. Why is it crashing right now? I'm like, welcome to PC New Vegas. Enjoy your stay.
Yep, there's no getting around that, and I guarantee you that fucking remaster is not gonna fix that.
No, it won't. It will not.
No, it won't.
It's part of the experience, honestly. The scuff is important to the experience of playing New Vegas.
Listen, let's be real. The remaster's probably going to end up playing worse than the original.
100%.
100%.
They're going to try and make it play like Fallout 4 gameplay-wise, and then everything else is going to suffer for it.
You know, the thing is, I don't even mind the idea of it playing more like Fallout 4 if they keep the RP thing, like the shooting of Fallout 4.
I don't mind if they keep the shooting the same as Fallout 4, but they won't keep anything else the same as New Vegas. It'll be changed to be like Fallout 4. I hope you all... Alright, so I apologize for the psychic damage I'm about to inflict on you both, but I have just 2 words for you. You know it's going to happen. I know you do. Voiced courier. Let that sink in. Let it tumble around in your brain for a moment and let me know how cursed it actually is.
I fucking hate you so much. I hate you
I know.
so fucking much right now. Why would you...
Am I wrong?
Would you do that?
Am I wrong? Am I incorrect, sir?
If they fucking do that, people are going to riot.
So here's the thing. If it was any other company, you tell me with, oh my gosh, no way they're not going to do that. But it's Bethesda. So how likely do you think it actually is?
Even worse, voiced Lone Wanderer.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I can't wait to see 4 options pop up, and one of them is sarcastic.
Yeah. Yes, yes, sarcastic yes, or no. Those are your dialogue options. And the no is also a yes.
We should have never given Todd the leeway he has.
No one man should have all that power, especially if he's a liar.
Who's a bigger liar, the guy behind Fable or Todd Howard?
Peter Molyneux or Todd Howard? That's a really good choice. That's a really good option.
Very good question.
So I can't even say one made his entire career off of lying because they both did. So I don't fucking know. I would say Peter Molyneux is the greatest liar in history, but Todd Howard is the greatest liar of today. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
Because Peter Molyneux lied so hard and so long that eventually it led to his utter collapse, which is why he's irrelevant now. And Todd's on his way to doing that as well.
Yeah,
He just hasn't done it yet, but it will happen.
I have a very distinct feeling that if things keep going the way they are, I do not see Todd or his little precious butt buddy Emil being employed by Bethesda much longer.
I think the collapse is going to happen at some point. The only question is, do they get to retire ahead of time first to avoid it, or do they just fade it, like burn out instantly when it happens? I'm leaning towards they're going to burn out instead of retire because, for obvious reasons, you know. But I'm here for it when it happens. It's going to be really fucking funny.
Oh, it's going to be hilarious.
Yeah, it's already really funny seeing that one Indian lady just tearing Todd a new asshole and just nut smacking him on Twitter all the time. That's funny.
Just fucking Asha just completely wrecking his fucking shit, and as she should, by the way. You know, say whatever you want about her, but like the fact that she's coming in and making Todd look like the fool he always is
yeah.
It's funny.
It's very funny. You know, Todd's a bad, is just addicted to lying because he made a comment in an interview years ago about how he was on his high school's chess team or something.
Oh yeah,
somebody dug up the old yearbook from his school and Todd's not in the picture for the chess team. That motherfucker lied about something as small as that, even back then.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Not even Peter Molyneux lied about being on his fucking high school chess team.
Yeah.
Are you for real?
Yes, that actually happened.
That actually happened.
He gave an interview. He gave an interview years ago.
Peter Molyneux. I'm talking about Peter Molyneux also lying about being on a chess team.
Oh no, I said not even Peter Molyneux lied about being on his fucking high school chess team.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that he did that as well. There's no fucking way both of them did that.
So everything Peter Molyneux lied about, he lied about in order to further his own career and be more successful. Meanwhile, Todd's out here, and half the shit he lies about, he's lying about just for the fuck of it.
Man.
Like, really think about like what has to be going through your head to lie about being on your school's like chess team when you weren't. It's such a small, utterly insignificant thing to say, because even in context, if it was true, it happened decades ago. But you're fucking lying about it for no reason anyway. It's just because you enjoy lying. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Did you say decade?
Decades ago, yeah.
Fuck, I don't have that sound clip here. Shit, never mind. I can't play it.
Oh, great, my ears get to go another day without being raped. I appreciate it.
Not for long. I'm gonna put it in here. Give me a sec.
Fuck. Reach the altar. Casual liar versus competitive liar. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. Oh.
Almost had it. Casual liar versus competitive liar.
I don't remember this. I don't remember the super. I don't remember the super shotgun reloading this slowly. Is that just me?
It's because it's a challenge.
Oh. Everything that seems like slower in general. I guess that's the whole point of it, though.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Just wanna hold your hand. Just wanna hold your hand.
What did I fucking tell?
John
What did I
Lennon
tell
were
my
not.
coworkers yesterday? They got them just fucking crying, laughing. It's pretty funny. Oh, I remember now. So I was hanging out with some of my coworkers at the building, just shooting the shit before the workday started. And one of the guys is like not a morning person, and so he's sitting there like really quiet, like just fucking doesn't want to be there this early. And so we're like, one of the other guys is like, David, what's going on, man? You just out of sorts. He's like, yeah, man, I'm just tired. He's like, do you eat the fucking diarrhea lettuce, David? You gotta take a shit. You gotta go poopies. And David's like, fuck off, dude. He just sits there for 5 seconds. Then
What?
Then I cut in like, what's the matter, handsome? Shitting all by yourself? And so and that did it. That set them both off. Yeah. I have to
Okay.
tell you. Yeah. What's up?
Mini.
What's
Say
up?
decade again.
Decade.
I swear to God, I added this earlier, but it wasn't here.
I knew it was gonna happen, but I did it anyway, just to because I wanted to throw you a bone.
Just to make.
I hope you
just to
appreciate
make
that.
happy.
I hope you appreciate it. Don't say I never did anything nice for you.
Thanks.
Also, I should make a comment that we missed earlier, but what was it? What was it? If Leon stared at Claire's ass, she'd be bragging about it for years. It's the fucking
true.
it's the one fucking meme with the Chad who says, "Look good, Karen," and then the fucking ugly guy. She calls HR
Yeah.
on him, but it's Steve
Yeah.
instead.
You know, in a universe for Claire buried Leon, I feel like at one point she was just, what if we name our son Steve? And Leon just, for no reason, didn't even know who the Steve is. Like, no, ew.
Yeah.
That guy's a piece of shit. You didn't meet him. He's a piece of shit anyway.
I just want to point out the way you set that up was like a movie trailer. In a world where Claire marries Leon and they have a son together. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, the epic trailer movie guy's voice.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was not intentional.
I thought it was mildly entertaining anyway. Just having that thought go through my head.
Well, that's me. Mildly entertaining.
Mildly entertaining. I appreciate that. It's the nicest thing anyone said to me all day. I'm mildly entertaining.
Oh shit. The music's starting back up.
That's like the same energy as saying we're decent friends. I enjoy your presence occasionally in small doses. Fuck, that's a mean thing to say. Jesus. What is this dude? What is? Oh, that's the Baron of Hell.
Yeah.
All right. It took me a minute to realize what the Archvile looks like in this game, but no, I've seen it and I'm like, yeah, I get it. That's the arch file, yeah. I have to, fuck, I have a lot of stories I have to tell you guys. They all just hit my head at once. I'm kind of overwhelmed right now. Trying to pick which one to say. I'll do this one. So my coworker
can eat my dick.
Yeah, the coworker that I was hanging out with yesterday, he's a Marine or former Marine. And you would imagine everyone who's in the service has funny boot camp stories. Like, shit that's funny in the moment that you're not allowed to laugh about. You look back on it even years later and you think it's fucking hilarious. He's got one of those. He told me one yesterday. So he was in a boot camp with just a couple weeks left to ship out, like graduate from boot camp. And when you're in boot camp, as you probably know, you don't get access to any food outside of the mess hall. Like, you can't take any food from the mess hall outside because you're trying to tightly control your diet.
Right.
But the thing is, you only get 3 meals a day, and no matter how big those meals are when you eat them, you're being worked in boot camp so hard that you're just losing a ton of weight anyway, no matter how much you eat. So of course, everyone's complaining to their loved ones back home, I'm fucking starving all the time, I can't eat enough food. So the loved ones respond by sending care packages full of food, whether they're asked to or not. So what that means is everyone gets sent a shit ton of like protein bars and protein powder and stuff because you can go through the mail and still keep. Well, the drill instructors crack open and look through all your mail, and they confiscate all that stuff. And they don't just throw it away, they put it in storage for whatever reason. So that's kind of setting the stage. All the protein bars every unit receives going through boot camp are kept in like a closet somewhere. This is important because the way the story goes, my coworker David was, on base, and then there was like this one fuck up, short, fat Hispanic kid named like Dardo or something like that. That was his last name. And so one of the other recruits stole a packet of peanut butter from the mess hall, and Dardo found it. It was kind of lording it over the guy, like, I have the packet of peanut butter, I'm gonna get you in trouble, yada, all this shit. Dardo was a fucking retard, though, and instead of going right to the drill instructor, he hid it under his mattress. Which, as you know, during a room inspection, the mattress is the first thing to get tossed. So, morning comes around. Drill instructor comes in and tosses Dardo's mattress. What does he find under the mattress?
He
packet of peanut butter.
Fucking peanut
so they start smoking his ass, right? And Dardo's like, no, I'm trying to explain. It's not mine. He's like, it was in your fucking bunk, Marine. And so no explanation there. So the drill instructor, the more Dardo tries to talk his way out of it, the more pissed off the drill instructor gets. And finally, the drill instructor finally just has enough, grabs him by the collar, walks him over to the supply closet, throws it open, and pushes him inside. And then just points a finger at him. Like, all the protein bars are in there. There's hundreds of them. Points a finger at Dardo and tells him, start eating, and then closes the door and leaves him in there.
Oh my god!
So remember, when the drill instructor said start eating, that's the only order to give him, right? He did not tell him when to stop eating or when to leave the closet. So what do you think happened?
He ate
they kept him in the closet for 4 days with nothing to do but eat protein bars.
Oh my god!
So, and the thing is, that's already fucked up but funny enough, but in typical boot camp fashion, they made it even funnier because now all the drill instructors hear about this and think it's really funny, and they want to just run with it. So what do? They add additional rules for Dardo. So I guess at some point, somebody instituted the rule that if an instructor, for whatever reason, called out, recruit Dardo, Dardo from inside the closet had to answer back with, eat 'em all. So that happens. So what that means is the instructors would be in the middle of either doing something else or smoking somebody else out. They would pause for a second for no reason and yell out, recruit Dardo, and wait for him to call back with, eat 'em all, and then go back to what they were doing, right? There was also, if they ever wanted to blow off some steam, they would come out of their office, march over to the supply closet, and throw it open. Whatever Dardo was doing, they would take a protein bar out of a package, thrust it into his hand, and order him, unwrap it. And they'd open it, and they'd be like, start eating. And he'd have to eat it, and tell him, chew, 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 now swallow. And like, and what do we say? Eat them all. So this went on like this for 4 days straight until finally they let him out. Right? So Dardo comes out like trying to be all triumphant and shit. He's got like a fuck ton of wrappers in his arms, and like he's trying to be cool about it. Like I got through it, but everyone can tell he's like visibly uncomfortable, right? So they're like, Dardo, how many fucking protein bars did you eat? He's like, about 50 a day. So he's eating over 10,000 calories a day of just protein.
God!
and so they're all like, their next question, of course, is, Dardo, when's the last time you took shit? He's like, about 5 days ago. And so like, we're gonna give you the bathroom, but we are not gonna go in there for about 2 weeks. Have fun, man. Yeah, they do stuff like that. It's very funny. It's
that's pretty typical.
Yeah, that's pretty typical boot camp. I just love the fucking Dardo, eat them all. Like, it's one thing for one guy to start it and it's already funny, but then the rest of them join in to make it even funnier. That's what gets me there. You know what I mean?
Good times.
Yeah.
I thought
Fucking, now I have other stuff I can tell not related to the military.
I thought
What were you
you
gonna say?
Bring up some of the stories I told you the other night on our Discord.
No,
those are more depressing than they are fucking. Well,
Yeah.
they're kind of funny in hindsight, but
They're funny in a cosmic kind of way.
they're funny in. Oh, actually, that reminds me of another story I was going to tell you.
Lay it on us.
Which is, it's funny, because it's 100% deserved. Okay, so as I've told you, as I have told you, ER09.
Yeah.
ER09.
Yeah.
And context chat. For those of you who are who have never served in the Navy, repair division, equipment repair, is typically divided into several sections. There's ER01, ER02, ER03. Sometimes there's an ER04, but usually it's those three. And then there is ER09. What is ER09? So ER09 is on paper. It is where Tiana, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, sorry,
He's
you hadn't
listening.
said anything. ER09 on paper is they take people from all the other like rates. It's a mixture of like engineering, topside. I'm going to assume on ships that have like air decks and like permanent air crew, like they take people from there. They put them all together, and it's like supposed to be like hand-picked people to come together, and they do what is legitimately like actual vital maintenance on all of our survival equipment and gear. So they're the ones who do all of the maintenance and checks on like all of our fire extinguishers, all of our like extinguishing gear. Hold that thought.
Yeah. Bro was mid-conversation and had to stop. I think he's about to tell Dardo to eat them all.
I apologize.
Eat 'em all.
My roommate
Eat 'em
had a question.
all.
Eat 'em all. So all of our fire extinguishers, all of our like extinguishing equipment, like AFFF, like stuff for like the engineering spaces. They make sure like all of the what's the term? Fucking. Like rubbers on not rubbers, the rubber linings on like doors that like make them watertight. I can't remember what the word is English, but you know what I'm talking about. They make sure like all the like watertight doors, scuttles, hatches, all that stuff. They are in charge of making sure all that stuff is like good to go, so that like in case something does happen, like a flood does break out or whatever, they're gonna hold. So that's what they are in theory, but in practice, it's the dumping ground. They put all the sailors that they either don't want to deal with, who are probably going to leave soon and just don't give a shit, or all the fuck ups. They put all the dumbasses there.
So essentially, it's you're still repair. It's just it's such like a borderline like you can't fuck it up level of repair stuff, right? Basically,
Yes, essentially.
like this is the
And
kind of stuff we trust retards to repair.
yes, exactly. And it shouldn't be that way, but unfortunately it is. And then it all falls on whoever the LPO in charge of it is to keep them all in line, and then whoever their assistant LPO. So, now with all that explained, I cannot remember for the life of me what this kid's name is. It's been years. We're just gonna call him OS2 Jerkoff. So
Yeah.
OS2 Jerkoff was this pretty young kid. I'd say maybe probably 19, 20. Very obvious this is like being in the military. It's his first real life job experience. Picks up second class as an OS pretty quickly, which isn't hard. OSs they rank up very fast because there's always a need for them. And for those of you who are wondering what the OSs are, they're like the operational managers. They do a lot of basically their job is to basically be on watch on computers, manning shit for hours on end. That is their job. It is critical, but that is essentially their job.
Yeah.
But he was also one of those people who it's like he put on second class and he thought like he put on E5 and he thought like he was all that bag of chips, couldn't never fuck up, always constantly bragging about it. And to anybody who like either A has like common sense or B has been in for a while, it's like, okay, cool, man, you put on second class. That's something to be proud of. That's great. But one, you're being annoying, and two, like, you are not infallible, and three, most importantly, you are not in a position where if you fuck up, you will suffer the consequences. Like, you will not escape that. But this all goes over his head. He doesn't care. He's a second class now. So he gets dumped into Euro 9 because obviously his division is tired of him, or they feel like you need a little bit of humbling, so we're gonna make you do like actual work.
Retard work.
We're gonna make you do retard work. So whatever, they dump him in and he does okay job, whatever. Unfortunately, he's also very, very lazy. And this laziness gets caught up to him because he has to do a spot check. What is a spot check? Spot checks are basically you get with somebody of senior authority, E6, a chief, an officer, and the whole point is to make sure that you are doing your maintenance according to your maintenance requirement card. It's basically to make sure you check your work, right? Right.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately for him, one, he's a lazy idiot, so he has been doing his work.
Yep.
And two, he gets put with one of the officers who is like, he's not one of those guys who walks in and it's just like, yeah, like, you obviously know what you're doing. You're obviously doing the work. I don't need to be hard on you. No, this guy, like, you have to have everything ready for him. He is very, very, very
He's one of those, yeah. He's very much, show me what you did today, and if I don't like it, you'll hear about it.
Right. Not even 30 seconds in, this kid fucks up and basically shows to him he did not do the maintenance. And he's just like, this is a fail.
Yeah.
Not like a, I'm going to talk to your chief or whatever about this, do better next time. Like, no, this is like, you did not do this. You did not do this job.
Yep. You didn't even try to do it, basically.
Right. Like, I can just straight up tell, like, you did not do this job. Your LPO from Euro 9 and your division and your senior chief, they are going to hear this about this. And he walks away, and it's like, yeah, there's going to be fallout from this. So this leads to me This leads to me. I'm in my shop. I'm in like the actual repair shop. I'm just chilling. I was like kind of gathering my bearings because I was ready to go do some work, and my LPO, DC1 McKenna, who is also the LPO of Euro 9 at the time, very reluctantly.
Yeah.
He walks in. He's like, "Hey Keith, what's going on?" Like, "Oh, they're just hanging out, get ready to go do something." He's like, "Do you mind stepping outside for a few minutes?" And I was like, "Sure, I can."
What for? But
What
okay.
for? And I was like, "Sure, I can. I kind of do need something out of here, but if you need to, sure, I can." And I step outside, and I see OS2 jerk off, and he is looking like a dog shaking in the wind. I was like, "Oh, okay, I see where this is going." And he's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll step outside." And barely like get in there, and just as soon as the door closes, McKenna is just up this kid's ass, like just straight up screaming at him about this.
Yeah.
And then I'm just waiting. I'm legitimately waiting outside because I do need something out of the shop. And then his senior chief comes up, and the senior chief is a really cool guy, really funny guy. And he's like, "Hey Keith, what's going on?" I'm like, "Oh, senior, I'm just waiting outside. I got something I gotta do." And he's like, "Hey Keith, do you think you can let me into the shop really quick?" And I'm like, "Oh, of course, senior." So I press in the combination on there, and I like open the door up for Jester to come in. Like, "Here you go, senior." He's like, "Oh, thanks, Keith. You take care, all right?" And I barely closed the door, and then he's screaming louder than fucking McKenna is.
And they're both going too.
They're just going in on this kid. Oh. And then at that point, I was just like, you know what? I'll just
I think this can wait. I'm coming back later. They're gonna be in there for at least a couple hours.
I'll come back in a little bit. And sure enough, a little bit of time passes, and I come by, and they've got all their rage out, and I just see this kid, and he just looks like somebody shot his dog in front of him, because he knows what's coming. And
Yep.
they sent his ass through the works. They sent him to DRB to get yelled at by all the Chiefs mess. They sent him to XOI to get basically grilled by the XO, and they sent him straight to Captain's mess. And the captain was like, "Yep, 45, and reduced rank. He lost his rank from E5 straight back to E3, and was given 45 days of restrictions on the ship and 45 days of half pay. Hope it was worth it to be a lazy fuck."
Yep.
Christ almighty.
Yep. I have another one to follow that up with about the military.
Oh boy.
So, caveat, disclaimer ahead of time. It's not a very long story. However, it is very funny, but also very fucked up. So, when you're in boot camp for infantry stuff, or just Marines or Army in general, in the past, I think they changed this now, but in the past, you didn't get access to your cell phone, right? You had no electronics. So the only news you got when you were in boot camp comes from when you're in formation in the morning. The drill instructor reads from a letter and tells you what's going on, basically. It can be like world news or something happens specific to one person. They'll let you know, like in the morning. So, the whole unit's in formation in the morning one day. And then the drill instructor's about to get them started for the day. Well, runner comes out with a letter that he hands to the instructor. Instructor opens the letter and reads it, nods his head, and then puts the letter down. He announces to everybody, "Okay, every recruit whose mother is still alive, please take a step forward." They all take a step forward. He holds his hand and says, "Wait a minute, not you, Private Stone. You take a step back."
Oh God.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. And then everybody there's like, "Holy shit, that is so fucked up, but very funny."
Oh my God.
Yes. You know, like I told all the people at my work about that, and they're laughing like that's the most fucked up thing I've ever heard a drill instructor do. Holy shit! But they would do that. They would do that.
Would do that. Oh Jesus. Oh, that's an extra level
Yeah.
of fucked.
Yeah, I got some funny ones to follow that up with that don't involve the military. We kind of need a palate cleanser after that one, I think. So let me hit you with one. I told you guys the story of my dad's old friend / coworker, Jim.
No.
Never
All right,
heard of it.
I'm gonna tell some Jim stories. Jim is quite the character, and I will explain why. So Jim's backstory, by the way. First of all, Jim is like 6'5", and he is built, even in his older age. He's huge, basically.
Okay.
Jim's backstory in his younger years, he got kicked out of the Mormon church at the age of 19 because he got a girl pregnant out of wedlock. So
Whoa.
the Mormons didn't want him. So it's just establishing that this kind of guy he is. Jim is the kind of guy who is, one, larger than life, and two, does not give a fuck about how much of an asshole he's being. So he can be a huge asshole and not care. Just getting that out there. But he's also got no filter. So he's a huge asshole, but he can also be really funny, but unintentionally, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the kind of guy Jim is. The funniest Jim story my dad ever told me, I'll tell you this one. Actually, there's a couple. So how my dad met Jim is Jim was the manager at the company that my dad was trying to join. And so my dad gets a call to interview. This is back in like the 2000s, like the early 2000s. He gets a call to interview for this company, and he's talking with the HR lady. Her name's Beth. Beth's an older woman, and Beth is generally very patient and nice, but they got into talking about pay. And so she makes my dad a bullshit softball offer. And my dad is sitting there, they had a great rapport, company's great, all this stuff, they like him. And he's like, he's sitting there like trying to think, what is this offer? And so he finally comes back to her, he's like, hey Beth. And she's like, yeah. He's like, have you heard the phrase, you're not in the ballpark? She's like, yes. He's like, you're not even in the parking lot of the ballpark with that offer. And so Beth instantly gets like very mad and says, I can't talk to you anymore. You need to talk to Jim, and then hangs up the phone. And my dad's like, all right, I'm talking to Jim, whoever that is. So phone rings about 5 minutes later. My dad picks it up, and then it's the other end of the line is Jim, who is losing his shit laughing. And so the first thing Jim says is, I don't know what the fuck you just said to Beth, but I am definitely hiring you now. My dad's like, what do you mean? He's like, I fucking hate that bitch. I've been trying to get her this mad for years. I definitely want you on board now. What can I do to make it happen? And so my dad goes through all this, and he's like, they settle on pay. It's much bigger than what Beth promised him, and so it's all good. The problem is, when my dad announces to his current company that he's quitting, basically, puts in his 2 weeks notice, they make him a sizable offer to have him, like a retention bonus to stay through the summer. Mm-hmm. So my dad calls Jim up, and he's like, hey Jim, how's it going? He's like, pretty well, how you doing? And my dad's like, bad news. And Jim's like, oh shit, what do you got for me? He's like, well, I'm still gonna come work for you, but the problem is I can't do it until November unless you pay me about $20,000, because that's my retention bonus. And Jim Potts is like, fuck, guess I gotta do your fucking job for a couple more months for you then. So, and that's the end of that. And so my dad's like, and this is how I got Jim's respect, because a regular person would just leave it there. I didn't. Every single day leading up to November, from the time I put in my 2 weeks to the end of June, I called his ass up, and I'd be like, hey Jim, what are you doing? He's like, I'm doing your fucking job. That's what I'm doing. What are you doing? He's like, I'm at the beach, or I'm at the pool, or I'm on the golf course. Jim's like, fuck you, and then would end the call, hang up. So you can tell, great rapport between them already. Anyway, my dad starts working for him at some point, and so they're working together, and Jim's whole thing is he kept a pair of like pants hanging on the back door of his office, right? Mm-hmm. And kept them there for just like over a year, and my dad's like, finally one day he's like, Jim, what the fuck's the deal with the pants on the door? And Jim's like, they're emergency pants. If you have an emergency, you need pants. My dad's like, okay. I don't know what that means, but all right. And so one day he goes in, and the pants are gone, right? So that's like, Jim, where are the pants? Hold on. So Tim's like, what do you think they are? I'm wearing them because I shit myself. He's like,
Oh my god.
yeah, he's like announcing it like happily, like, yeah, I'm wearing them because I shit myself. Like, come on, dude, that's great. Fucking love it. That's the funniest one of those, by the way. There's plenty others, but that's the funniest one that I remember like vividly. Fuck, dude. I don't even know what's going on in this game. I have not paid attention to what's happening on the screen since like the first 5 minutes of the stream, I'll be honest. Fill me in. Fill me in. What are we doing?
Just dooming.
Just doing
new.
Doom stuff? Makes sense.
My name's Doom, and I like dooming all over the place. I doom on the
Yeah.
floor, I doom with my kids, I doom on my wife.
Oh, you might want to get that checked. That can't be healthy for you.
Says who?
It says me. You have to keep your dooming under control.
You're not a doctor.
I could be. You don't know.
Yeah, but I know you aren't.
I could be, though.
Nah. I choose to believe you're not a doctor.
I have my PhD in
And
kicking
bullshit,
ass
yes.
and partying. It is still a PhD, which is a doctorate. So, go fuck yourself.
Trust me, I'm a doctor. Drink some
I
Dr.
yes,
Pepper.
I am in fact a doctor.
Hi, Doc. I'm Ba.
You're a baba.
Kadabra.
Oh. Well, as a doctor, since I've been Avada Kedavra, I diagnose myself with dead. I can do that because I am a doctor.
That's right. Write yourself down as legally dead. It solves
Yep.
a lot of problems.
Yep.
A lot of problems.
It does. I don't
Sorry,
feel
but
like
you
paying
just said-
taxes, therefore I am dead. What I just?
Oh, hang on.
Hang on.
Trying not to die right now.
You're in hell, so wouldn't matter if you did. Where are you on Mars? I can't tell the difference.
I'm in like legitimate hell right now.
You too, huh?
Yeah. Sorry, it's just that Mars and hell look almost identical in this game.
It's shocking how close hell looks to Detroit in real life.
Nah, Detroit's not orange enough.
Yeah, that's the only bad part about it, though. Everything else is like 1-to-1, you know? Michael says, I'm passing out. Stupid night shift means unable to stay awake in the light of the day star. Remember me as I was, shipping Claire and Leon. You got it, sir.
I
salute
will.
You. I raise my
I
glass
will.
to
I
you.
Okay.
salute you. I raise a parting glass to you, my friend. Thanks for coming to the stream.
Farewell.
Farewell and Godspeed, you glorious bastard. Oh, Minnie, you just, the way you said I am a doctor reminded me of the play Dr. Green Tax. I am a doctor. Which, I, cannot repeat most of them on stream. I am a doctor.
Get back to Mars. Alright.
I love
back.
David Jackson's being a fucking idiot again.
David Jaffe, the God of War guy. Or sorry,
Yeah.
the former God of War guy. I don't think he's on the new one.
Yep, nope, he sure isn't, and he's been throwing a bitch fit about it ever since.
Yep.
He's such a fucking.
We were just
ball.
talking
Yes.
about that guy a little while ago, weren't we,
Yeah,
Joey?
We were.
Him and
You guys wanna see
all
his
the other
new-
has-beens.
All the
from-
other
what's he
fucking
doing?
Wanna see his-
has-been log house.
You guys want to see his new stupid take?
Sure, lay it on me.
Sure. Lay it on me.
All right, I'm posting it in general right now.
Oh, I have to read this. Fuck.
Yeah, read it out loud for the class, Minnie.
I can't. Is there a racial slur in it? Before I look this up.
Yes, he does. It is, cause he said the slur is third-party publishers.
Oh, so there's not the N-word in this. How am I supposed to read it then? Anyway,
I just told you
God,
the slur.
God of War director, creator David Jaffe. Here's the actual uncomfortable truth. Phasing out physical media is not some evil, greedy, Illuminati anti-consumer plot. It is just the brutal, unavoidable financial reality of an industry trying to survive when games cost $300 million plus. You can see why third-party publishers are not fighting Sony on this. They're popping champagne. I mean, retard. Here's the problem I have with the whole physical media argument, right? My problem is, it doesn't matter how much all of you guys bitch, because Sony knows this. They know that you guys who are going to bitch and actually put your words, like your money where your mouth is, are the absolute slimmest minority. So you two guys in chat with me, you're probably going to stick to it and not buy Sony shit products for a very long time, if forever. You know what I mean?
Right.
The average retard, though, is not going to hold themselves to that same standard. They're going to keep buying whatever slop Sony puts out, whether it's physical or not. They just don't give a shit. They say they give a shit, but they do not give a shit.
They don't. They don't.
And Sony knows this. Sony knows this, and so they're not going to change their opinion on that at all. That's my that's my TED talk. Just saying.
I know, and it's unfortunate, and then
Yeah.
they're all gonna be like, why is the gaming industry in the state that it is right now? It's because of dumbasses like you. That's why.
It's because retards like you people keep buying fucking anything that comes your way because you have no standards. You'll just fucking eat any slop they give you, and ask for more. And by I say you people, I mean like people outside from this chat, like the royal you, not you two in specific. Because I know you two don't do that. So
So it's like earlier, fucking
buying
Tally,
Veilguard.
fucking Tally tagged me in the other server. He's like, hey, I'm getting my contract's ending soon. Do you want to play the new Halo with me? And I was just like,
fuck no. Fuck no.
Absolutely
Why would you?
not. He fucking
Why?
bought it. He fucking bought the new Halo. And I'm like, why? Why would
Retard.
you fucking do that?
It makes no sense to buy the new Halo at all. And not just because it's shitty, but because like you have the MCC right there. It still runs. Like it's what do you need the new one for? You have the old one literally on the same machine.
I don't. It's like from what I heard, the new one's not even that good.
It's not. It's garbage. So like someone did a showcase showing that the Marine AI, like your AI buddies in the campaign for Halo, don't even really fire their weapons at the Covenant. So they're just there to be a warm body. That's it. And I recognize that in the other Halo games, they weren't exactly good computer allies, but at least they did something. Here they don't even do anything. They just stand there.
Like a bunch of Muppets.
Yeah.
But hey, that's okay. I wasn't gonna play it anyway.
Yep.
Yep.
It's like the Boondocks thing. Wait a minute, I'm white. Except instead it's, wait a minute, I'm not the target audience.
Hey, where are you going? This is a perfectly good
This is a
opportunity
perfectly
to be
good
rage
opportunity to
baited.
throw your money away.
Mudo. Man. Joe, could you name one time you played a Persona SMG game and Mudo actually landed?
Yes, actually, Persona 1, surprisingly enough.
That's bullshit.
To be
Why are you
fair,
guys
I
talking
don't,
about fucking Persona? Persona? I hardly know her.
To be fair, I think
Sorry.
I think the Mudo mechanics in Persona 1 may be different than how they usually are, but I've been using it because it basically insta kills angels. And angels are
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
always been an insta-kill. Except in 5. I think it's not an insta-kill in 5 unless you crit.
Well, I mean, sorry, I should say it's been insta-killing him because it's been landing. Like, it lands. That's what I should have said.
No, what I mean is like an SMT5, I don't think it's an insta-kill unless you crit. Same with Hama.
So it lands, but does it seize and does it airs as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I've actually been, I know I've been kind of on and off about it, TM, but I actually have been enjoying Persona 1 quite a bit.
I can't wait to play it myself when I get to it, but I'm not doing that until I'm done with my little SMT shit.
I will tell you right now, grinding for levels is annoying, because you have to grind your characters separately from the Persona levels.
Yeah, I remember that when I was playing Eternal 2. Oh my fucking god.
In case you don't know, Minnie, I
Yep.
have dedicated myself to finally losing my LARPer status as a Persona fan, and I am playing I'm playing Persona 1 with plans of playing the other games. I played Persona 3, and I've played Persona 2, so...
Gotcha. So I have no plans of ever playing Persona. I'm just gonna keep jerking off to that one teacher character, which makes me probably a better fan than most of the actual fan base does. You know what I mean? So
Good.
Which
You don't have to
teacher
play
characters?
Persona. Play it.
There's
Yeah, also
the hot one in the newest game.
Which
Which one?
The
Be
one
more
that Lumines has a
specific.
maid.
Fucking thing.
Fuck.
Oh, Kawakami. Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, her.
Okay.
Her.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, you
the
have
one
to
in
be
the new
specific,
game.
'cause
Which
there's, like-
one? Which one? The remake?
Because there's like several
hot one.
super hot teacher characters.
Oh, there
Bro,
are.
and well, the
Fuck,
funniest
hold on.
thing
I gotta
the
do some
funniest
research
thing-
real quick. Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
The funniest thing to me, Joey, is that he didn't
I'm back.
even necessarily said Persona. He just, because, like, if he's talking about SMT2, there's, like, multiple in SMT as well. And I was like, dude, be more specific.
Oh, can you send me names and also tags, please?
Olivia's personal laboratory.
I need to know what to
Maybe.
look up for research purposes.
Baby, give me $1. I don't need $1. Don't.
I'm not giving you
actually.
$1. I don't pay for porn. Who does that?
OnlyFans users.
Well, those people are barely people, so.
Of the advanced research
Fair point.
complex, about 80 kilometers away.
Fuck you.
I don't consider people who willingly pay money for porn to be people when you can just Google big boob and get like 5 billion results from it. So.
There is a security station.
But yeah,
nearby.
there's Kawakami, there's Toriumi Sensei, there is Misayako from Persona 1 and 2.
That jealous bitch from Persona 4. I forgot her name, but
Yeah,
she
I can't
sucks.
remember her name. She's hot, but goddamn, her personality is ugly as hell. Who else? There's like 3 other super hot teachers in Persona 3 who
There's
don't
Yoko.
really Yeah, and Sokyo.
There's Yoko in SMT3.
There's, it's true. And then, many. There's also the hot goth doctor from Persona 5.
Gotcha. What's her name?
Her name is, Tae,
Taz.
what's her last name again, Tion? Do you remember?
I sure don't.
Don't worry,
her
I'll
first
find
name-
out.
Her first name is Tae.
I'll
You'll
find
find
it.
it.
I'll find out. I'll figure
and
it
then
out.
there's the hot lawyer. There's the hot prosecutor, Sae Najima.
Gotcha.
Oh, should we tell him about the hot nurse in Persona 4? I can't remember her name.
Oh yeah, she's the Devil Arcana, right?
Yes, she's devil.
I can't remember her.
She likes when you fight back against her flirting.
Does she now?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Damn, all my demons suck ass.
Are we speaking about Doom or another game?
SMT4, that's what I'm playing.
I can just picture like whoever's in charge of the demons from Doom saying the exact same thing whenever Doom guy tears his way through them all. Damn, my demons suck ass.
Why would I want demons from Doom over SMT demons? They can't shoot
So
lightning.
The Doom demons
And they-
suck ass. Shoot lightning? No, this is Doom, not Bioshock. What's the unlimited shrimp? Unlimited shrimp. That one. Is that the clip?
Oh, I had to
Yesterday? Yeah.
fucking delete that because it literally got
Did you get copyright
no
claim?
fucking. No, it got no traction. It really pissed me
Oh.
off.
Yeah. At least they gave me an excuse to send you the link for the man riding the
Yeah,
shrimp.
that was funny.
Yeah.
Guys, it's me. I'm the Doom Slayer. I'm angry.
You just made it funny, but it skipped over the funny part because my stream lagged for a second there. So I don't know what the funny was, but I just assumed that it was funny.
Hey guys, it's me, Doom.
It's me. I'm Doom Gay.
I'm Doom, guy.
I'm Doom Guy.
I'm Doom guy.
All right, Sharon. Thanks. I'm glad that I'm paying you money to come back to life.
Joey, did I send you the clip from Oni Plays where we're doing a voiceover of Patrick Bateman, but he's Zoomer instead
Yeah,
of like.
I haven't gotten the chance to watch it yet. I'll watch it in a
I'll see.
bit.
I'll see if I can find like the quote for it. Hold on. Let me see if I can. It's really good. Zoomer Patrick Bateman.
Stupid Patrick Bateman.
Where's the?
Zoomer Patrick Bateman.
Yeah. Where's the quote? Do we have it? Like. No, I want the fucking quote. Is this it? Hold up. This isn't it. No, no one has like the standalone quote. I have to fucking make in the video. Hold on. Still good. I'm not gonna look super hard for this. Fuck it, we'll find it later. I need to keep being funny on screen in the moment, or else Joey will send me back to Comedy Mines.
Back to the comedy mines to make something more funny.
Yeah. What's the matter, silly man? Are you going to make a silly? I do wonder.
What's the matter, millennial writer? Afraid you
might feel something? Hunter's in the chat. What's up, Hunter?
Go ahead.
Did
Go
you
and
know
make
they're
a joke.
Did you know they're gonna make a new Mass Effect game, but they're gonna change the title, and also the KOTOR remaster is gonna release this year, not from a new studio. Interesting. I actually didn't know that. I've been out of the loop, man. I've been working like crazy the past couple of weeks. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
I mean, changing the name of your game before it comes out isn't exactly a new gaming practice.
Yeah.
You announce just one thing and then you change the name.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you, Hunter. I have I'm very doubtful about that new Mass Effect coming out because, for one, the majority of BioWare has been completely fucking laid off.
Yeah, that studio has been gutted, and whatever it hasn't been gutted is like, is unrecognizable as people who made the original 3 games.
Or the Dragon Age game.
And the other thing is that they're also going through some financial difficulties right now, and it's very possible that BioWare could be completely shunted at some point. It's pretty bad.
Well, pretty bad if you're a fan of BioWare. If you're like a normal person, though, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's true.
So.
But I don't know. I don't think a new Mass Effect is going to come out. I mean, they say it's in
I think it will. We'll get a new one eventually. It just probably won't be made by BioWare, and it probably won't be recognizable compared to the first 3. Or that's a given anyway. But if BioWare shuts down, they're gonna sell off the IP for Mass Effect or give it to somebody else. So That's kind of that. It can be a cash cow franchise if the right people know what to do with it, and those people are not BioWare. At least
No,
not
they're
anymore.
not.
Well, no. I say give the Owlcat or Larian.
I agree.
I agree.
Of course, they'd have to make it into a shooter of some kind, like a third-person shooter of some kind, which would be new for both of them, to my understanding. But I think they could do it.
I actually think if they went with the original squad-based tactical combat that the original Mass Effect was going to have, I think they could do it.
Maybe, but I
Because-
think the fan base for Mass Effect really wants a game that's like plays similar to the first three, so it'd have to be a shooter of some kind.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hunter says, I am more their fan of games like Mass Effect and Dragon Age and KOTOR. Those are their best games they made. I mean, yeah, so.
Yeah.
I mean, the only game they made other than Jade Empire, which we'll never get a sequel for. Sucks.
I think I misread that. He says KOTOR was the best game they've made. I've heard that. I've never played KOTOR, though.
I still need to get to the first game, just being lazy. I got to the Jedi planet and then stopped.
Yeah.
The council, like usual, is always pissing me off.
The Council can kiss my ass.
I wish I could say that to the Jedi Council. Anakin need to say that at one point.
That looks interesting. Try not to die when you get there. You didn't die. Very good. Uh-oh. Never mind.
So did any of you guys see Shuri's design for Marvel Tolkien?
Sherry's design?
Shuri's, yeah.
Shuri's.
The Black Panther.
No.
Yes.
Her thighs are...
I saw the one you sent me, and
Those thighs are... Thick!
yes, they are.
Oh, I see you both are man of culture as well. We all love the kind of woman who can actually just kill us.
Exactly.
I mean, she's Black Panther, and I feel like that's a given.
I'm talking full-on watermelon in the thighs level carnage.
What am I?
There's a Cacko demon on your head. Not sure if Star Wars: The Old Republic was made by BioWare, but the dialogue looks like it's made by the same devs. Maybe the
was.
same writer. Maybe.
Oh, the
but-
MMO? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know anything about The Old Republic aside from a lot of people did not like it.
The MMO? That,
Yeah,
sure,
yeah.
a lot of people like it.
A lot of people also don't like it.
It has a very mixed reaction.
Yeah. Oh shit. Demons be like, I have my whole life ahead of me. No, you don't. The Doomslayer is coming. Who's like throwing shit? Who is that? Oh, it's that guy. Show him
Now he's dead.
before. Give him the good old-fashioned fisticuffs like a gentleman.
Cough.
Cough. Is that what you told me to do? You're not
Cough.
you're not my real dad. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad because Joey is my real dad, and J-Con is my real mom. I have to think too hard about the implications behind that, but you know that is true.
So you're saying you're the bastard child of two gingers?
Yes.
You
I
have
100% am.
you have negative double soul.
Yeah.
Don't post your smug gold ship at me. Mooney, I'm not gonna lie, your response to me on that had me fucking stitches.
What was the context for that? I can't remember.
It was because I said, it's because he posted that one image, and I was like, I think I already posted that, and you were like, don't you steal my thunder from me, and I said, I'm gonna steal your thunder like I'm gonna steal that fucking blonde with glasses.
Yeah.
Well, that was funny.
I aim to please. I'll be the clown for you.
Oh, it was... I still think one of the funniest things you posted recently was the,
What? Don't post that fucking smug gold chip at me or something like that.
Yeah. I think one of the funniest things you had posted before that was the fucking, John Crackhead, John Splicer, being fucking killer-lead.
Those who came before you and
Oh,
those
yeah.
whom you serve all
Let me see if I can find that. Hold on.
Yeah,
Let me
fucking find that, because that had me
Yeah.
in I had me a fucking stitch. I was, like, literally crying laughing in my car after work.
Let me find it. Hold on. No search results. Eat shit, Discord. Fuck you. You are in. It's in the server somewhere. Fuck. Was it
I hate it when fucking
Hold on,
Discord can't
hold on.
fucking find shit.
Splicer? Let's find it. Here we go. Here we go. I got it. Oh, here we go. Splicer Smith could have been the next president if they hadn't succumbed to the fatal combination of a crack addiction and 2 rounds of double-out buckshot to the skull. That's what you said.
Yes.
I replied saying, Splicer Smith declares he's running for president as an independent libertarian in 2028. Like most libertarians, his platform consists entirely of free drugs for everybody, also fuck the government. Despite this, he is massively popular because at least he's honest about where his priorities lie, and at least he hasn't yet promised to give another $6 billion USD to Israel. Naturally, he gets Ron Paul in the figurative sense, which is to say that the night before he's supposed to debate Holden Bloodfeast, Republican from Iowa, quote, please God, just let us bomb Iran one more time before I finally die. I'll do anything to see legions of Iranian children reduced to meaty chunks one last time before my heart finally gives out, end quote. And Helen Bleedheart, Democrat from California, quote, please female non-denominational lowercase g God, just let me import another 5 million illegal immigrants before I die. I'll do anything to disenfranchise my own countrymen one more time before my ovaries burst and I die from sepsis. Slicer Smith turns up mysteriously dead. Cause of death for Smith was an acute fentanyl overdose exacerbated by 2 loads of double-out buckshot directly to the back of the head, which is ruled as being accidental due to COVID. Life fortunately goes on as it was already. There you go.
Yup.
Yep,
Genuinely
that's it.
had me fucking cry. Literally, I was reading that as I was getting into my car, and I didn't leave work for like 10 minutes because I was genuinely in fucking tears. Fucking dying in my car. Oh, one of the funniest fucking things I'd ever read.
Oh, Hunter left that message. Let me read that. Hunter says, Old Republic was like Baldur's Gate 3. They have secret dialogue, depends on how much action you make in roleplay, like Baldur's Gate 3. If you steal from an NPC before you speak to him, they call you a thief. I do like that. That is cool. Cool shit.
Yeah, it's
Also, just the shit we say to each other in Discord it's just always really funny. It is like when you sent me that we've been doing that shit where it's like we post the pictures of the 2 different kinds of women. You're like, you can only pick one. Which one you picking? We did that for like weeks, and like just as a standard, we pick this one and give our reasons why. Then you sent one last night about people from like the female characters from Skyrim. My response was just women gay. Fuck, dude. Oh.
What?
Okay, I guess. Oh,
Okay,
sure. So that was like, that was a couple twists and turns there. I thought when you fell, you would die immediately. Then you didn't die immediately, and I'm like, okay, cool. Then you kept falling, and like when I did it again, I thought you were okay. Then you did die at the end. And I'm like, okay, sure.
That was
like
that was
it's a game of
quite the
mental
emotion
ping pong. A game of mental ping pong.
Can you join our Discord?
No.
Yeah, no, sorry, buddy.
We keep
We
a
don't-
tight ship on that one.
We keep a tight ship on
let,
that one.
They let me in a couple years ago, and that was probably a mistake. So they decided never to let that happen again. I forget, why did you even let me into this server to begin with? What was the reason for it?
Fuck, I can't even remember.
I remember.
I was in the other one with our
I
least
remember.
favorite with our least favorite Irishman, but for some reason I had to join this
remember.
one. What's up?
I
Yeah.
remember. Joey wanted you to join one of his streams. We didn't want
Oh.
to. You guys didn't want to go to the other server, and I
Yeah.
just let you in.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, because we didn't want to fucking stream with Tally in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got in on a technicality, which is the best way to get in. And I guess you just decided to keep me around ever since then.
And then we would.
I mean-
we let
I mean,
Ickport in because
You're a ghost here.
He was streaming with us
Yeah.
at the time.
Yeah.
Minnie, you're basically a fucking ghost here. I see you say something in this chat like once a month.
Yeah. I've been doing more common than once a month. It's just I do it at weird times and weird days.
Yeah, and now we have a lady, and now we have a woman in here.
Now we have.
Oh
a
no, I
woman
have
in
to
here.
leave, dude.
Singular.
Fuck, I can't be here anymore.
Yeah. One
I don't want to.
singular woman.
I don't want to catch
One
the cooties, man. I
One
can't be there.
singular woman.
And she
Can't do
hasn't
it.
said anything since.
What? Why did she even join? Did she just join for a stream?
Yeah, she joined for Dylan's Delta Room stream. We were trying to do it in Ty's server, but then Lucas's dumbass didn't have the proper thing to get into the fucking thing. It was a whole bunch of bullshit that we didn't feel like going to. We just came back here and invited her here.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Sure.
Wait, completely understandable. Have a nice day.
I don't want to.
Now might be a good time to tell you guys I'm legally not allowed to be within 300 feet of a woman, even virtually. So,
All right, guys,
Might have
I'm
a problem
gonna
there.
go and set up my stream so you guys have a good ass stream.
we'll do our
Okay,
best.
dude.
Good hanging out with you, man.
It's gonna hang out.
Okay, good hanging out with you. Adios.
See you. Yes, as I was saying, I am legally disallowed from being within 300 feet of a female, even virtually. So that might be an issue. My parole officer might need to know I'm here. I gotta make a phone call. Hold on. Yeah. What is that noise? That sounds not very fun.
Let's see. I was gonna bring something up and I completely forgot what it was.
Was it a topic we usually discuss? Let's try and get you back on it. Was it a topic we usually discuss?
Yes.
Okay. Was it related to
Oh, it-
Ruby at all?
No. It was not. No. We do not need to put another squirt into the brake jar.
Okay,
No,
I
we're
had-
avoiding that now.
Good. Okay, well that was my only guess, so I don't know what it could have possibly
it
been
was
aside
Skyrim.
from
We were
that.
talking about the your comment where it was
Oh,
like
yeah,
woman
the-
gay.
yeah.
I was talking. My friend sent me that. He's very into Elder Scrolls, and I I responded with him like, "Why, yes, I do believe Skyrim belongs to the Nords. Now allow me to introduce you to my Dunmore life. She personally enchanted my boots and sword for me."
You should have sent him back the screen cap of me just saying women gay.
Yeah.
Just be like Elder Scrolls fan tries to communicate with non-Elder Scrolls fan.
Working together as a team, that we will elevate
I'm in another server.
existence.
and everyone there is like a big Elder Scrolls fan. And whenever they start talking about the lore of Elder Scrolls, I'm just like entirely lost.
Oh, dude, the fucking lore of Elder Scrolls is genuinely fucking insane. Oh,
What's this dude? Yep. Hunter. Oh gosh, Hunter, why are you posing this question? What feels worse, the Acolyte or Rings of Power? Fuck, dude. That's like asking me, do you want me to kill you by shooting you in the face or stabbing you in the throat? I don't know. I'd rather not go through either. Is this your way of saying fuck you guys for not letting me into the server? Because if so, you know what? We'll take it on the chin for that. But like, dude, come on.
Being a little passive aggressive right now. We're just kidding, Hunter. We're just giving you shit. Gosh.
Oh fuck, dude, that is a hard question. I think I might have to say the Acolyte for this reason, because Star Wars like has already been fucked with enough that I don't think there's much what you can do to go much lower than that. So anything you watch after the Acolyte is going to be a massive improvement by default. The difference is between that and Rings of Power is, unfortunately, Lord of the Rings still has a very fucking far way it can fall. And also, Lord of the Rings, if we think about it, is more important like Western storytelling than Star Wars is.
Oh, absolutely.
I'd rather not see it. I'd rather not see it fucked with in that way.
And I'm
gonna have to pick the Acolyte.
And I think Lord of the Rings is so intrinsically entrenched into our Western Hemisphere that like
It is.
you literally have to fundamentally change it at its core to make it fall, and I cannot see that happening, especially
The issue, yeah.
with
So I
how,
can tell you right now what the problem with Rings of Power is more than anything. The problem with Rings of Power is that it fundamentally misunderstands the story that Lord of the Rings is supposed to be telling. So, like, if you break down what Lord of the Rings is supposed to be as a story, it was always intended to be J.R.R. Tolkien's version of a fairy tale, right?
right.
So it's the kind of thing that he wrote for his young son as like a bedtime story for the most part. And it kind of just went from there. And the way it's written, if you read through it, even a little bit, you can tell he wrote this to be in the style of a fairy tale. It's very important for like why that story exists and why it's told the way it's told. The issue is any kind of adaptation about that story past the, even including the Peter Jackson movie trilogy, has missed the point of the story. Now, the Jackson trilogy, my understanding, is still really good, but we understand that also it is Hollywoodified, so it's not entirely the story that it should have been the way Tolkien wanted to tell it.
Yes.
It's not supposed to be a big, grand, like, action story or anything like that. It's supposed to be a fairy tale, which will have elements of that, making that the focus is kind of missing the point just a bit. But anyway, we're getting off track. What Rings of Power did, though, was infinitely worse because they took what was supposed to be a fairy tale and tried to make it like a Game of Thrones style political intrigue bullshit thing, which is very much not the point of Lord of the Rings. So that's before we get into any of the other problems with that show's writing. Like right away, you're completely missing the mark of what it should be. So already it's going to be terrible, and then we add all the other stupid shit on top of it, and it just gets worse and worse. Yeah. But that's my TED Talk. Questions, comments, concerns.
Questions, comments, concerns, bitches, gripes, complaints, moaning.
Yep. Yep.
I don't know. I'm just so. I know, Star Wars was never like, especially the extended universe stuff. It was never perfect, but
No,
just,
but
the way that Disney just completely shit on it and changed it. It's so disappointing.
It is. Hunter says, I watched all the Acolyte episodes and I didn't want spoilers, so I was trying to basically watch it and see how it got worse. And like, dude, you have like an insane pain tolerance in that case. I'm actually impressed. I would legitimately rather like shoot myself in the nutsack with a nail gun 12 times than watch a single episode of that thing. So Jesus Christ, you are a bigger man than me.
Yeah, man, props to you for that.
Yeah. But I was going to say something about Star Wars in general. And this extends to not just to Star Wars, but to a lot of the other shit as well. I think all of us are 100% wasting our time trying to make Star Wars good again. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's an entire waste of time, not just for Star Wars, but for everything else. Halo, same thing. I hate to say it, but Lord of the Rings, kind of the same thing. You're never getting those stories back to be the way they were before. It's never going to happen. Trying to do so is a waste of your time when there are better ways you could spend it. By which I mean, this is a problem with creatives who are just against, anything pushing the message. I'm sure you know what that means, but if you're one of those people, you should not be trying to wrestle control of Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, or whatever, back from who has it now. What you need to do instead is set up the foundation for new stuff to come out.
Yes.
So that is the problem. People who consider themselves like Star Wars fans and shit, they're trying so hard to get Star Wars back, but it will never happen. Instead, you need to set the stage so another Star Wars can be made. And they're not doing that for some reason.
And then the problem, and then you have people like, this was something that Chris said like a long time ago that really fucking pissed me off, which is very easy to do because he constantly says dumbass shit. He's like, there's rumors that, god damn it, there's rumors that George Lucas is gonna buy back Star Wars because he's
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't fucking matter because that's not gonna fix anything. And two, why? Why would he do it? Why would he buy back Star Wars? He sold it to Disney for something like $4.5 billion. Why would he, despite being personally disappointed, buy back a series that he not only made his money off of like probably 20 times over, but two, made his money off of Disney and probably is just like, yep, that's it, I'm done. I've done everything I wanted to do. I've washed my hands. It's in Disney's hands now. Why? Well, because he doesn't like it. Like that is a dumb reason to buy back your IP.
Yeah. And my issue is people are trying so hard to push, for some to just hire a good writer. Why? You don't want a good writer to go on that project. Have him write something that's actually good to begin with. Have him do his own thing instead that he controls more of. So people bitch about that all the time, but there's not. What they're doing instead is they're trying so hard to get Star Wars back, and it looks like just watching the show and still bitching about it. So you're still giving Disney money when you do that, instead of giving money to some up and comer who could really use it.
Right.
Who has stuff that you actually would like.
Exactly.
People, and so that's a problem. That is a problem because that's a problem because people are trying so hard to get Star Wars back because there is no other Star Wars. Okay. The issue is there's not going to be another Star Wars yet because the foundation for it to be made does not exist. You make the foundation for something like that to be available to you by first buying and supporting stuff from other smaller creatives who will have stuff you like but just aren't at that level yet. As you do that, you build that foundation up and make it more available so that when the new Star Wars does come along, there's an audience that already exists for it. They don't have to build everything from the ground up for it. That's why we don't have the new Star Wars yet, because there is no audience for it at the moment. They're still stuck on the old Star Wars. If there's a new spot for that show to come up, it will come up. It just doesn't exist yet because Star Wars fans would rather bitch about the old shit instead of trying to make new ones.
Right, and I completely agree with you on all those fronts, and that's just why I'm like, you know what, I'm past it all. I'm past. We all need to do this. We all need to just let the past go. Like, it's controlled by retards now, and we can't fix it. It's not going to get fixed. The only way to change it is to make a new one, kind of in the same style and same vein, but that is not run by idiots. Exactly. And the only way that's going to happen is if we let it go and just let it burn. Just gotta let it burn.
Let it burn, and then look for other stuff that you'll enjoy instead, made by somebody who's smaller, probably new to the scene, and not as well known or renowned. That way, when you get the next George Lucas to come along, there's an audience that already exists that will buy his stuff and make him very big, the same way the old George Lucas did it. This is fun. What did Hunter say? Hunter says they're making another season today of Rings of Power. Fuck, dude.
Are they?
Man, I feel so bad for Tolkien. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they brought it back just because there's nothing else for them to make. They're out of ideas. That like what they did to Lord of the Rings is so sad, even if you're not really a fan of it. So you know how like Rings of Power and all this stuff came to be, right? Like why it got made.
Aside from the usual.
So why it got made is this. J.R.R. Tolkien, when he was still alive and able to kind of fight for his own like property rights, did so. When he passed away, he left everything regarding Lord of the Rings to his son Christopher because it was all made for Christopher. Those are the stories that Tolkien told his son growing up, and he wanted his son to maintain control of them. And Christopher understood that and did it perfectly for about 90 years. For 90 years, Christopher had a rule, which was I get to personally vet every single Lord of the Rings related project that comes through my father's estate. If I like what it is, I will sign off on it and we're good to go. If I don't like it, I'm putting the kibosh on it right away, which is the way to do it. So he did that for decades, right? Problem is, eventually Christopher got old and he died. So Christopher died close to almost 100 years old, and that was a couple years back. When Christopher died, who did the property, who did the copyright stuff go to? It went to the next Tolkien in line, which is Christopher's son, which was Tolkien's grandson. Unfortunately, the grandson didn't give nearly as much of a fuck about protecting his grandfather's creation as Christopher did.
Right.
Because he only ever knew Tolkien as my old grandfather. I just want the money and the inheritance that I'm owed. I don't care about protecting it the same way my father did, because it's not as special to me as it was to him. To me, it's just money. So the first thing he did is he just completely sold out the moment Christopher died and the rights to the series passed to him. That's why we're getting bullshit like Rings of Power, because he would just rubber stamp anything that came through with Lord of the Rings on it because he would make him a lot of money. Which is a very cynical and sad way of looking at the legacy your fucking grandfather left you, but whatever. That's what happened, we all have to deal with it now.
See, it's shit like that. It's that mentality where it's why I'm not worried about. I'm still worried about the long term, but it's why I'm not worried about dumbasses like Alex Soros, because as soon as his old man dies, that kid's fucked.
He doesn't give a shit. Alex doesn't give a fuck. He's gonna take the money and run. He's putting on airs like he cares about it right now, but he does not.
He doesn't.
Plus, he's a moron. So
he's a complete moron. He's gonna take that money. He's gonna run. Oh, I'm sure he'll try and fucking,
he'll do something with it.
He'll do something
all he's gonna
with
do, all he's gonna do is throw stupid money at causes that are gonna go nowhere. Because he has none of the discretion or just cold calculating evil that his father has. He's still evil as fuck, don't get me wrong, but he's not smart about it the way his father is.
Yeah, he's too blunt like a fucking hammer.
Yeah. It's like, the best way I can describe it is that crop of like 90 and 100 plus year old billionaires, the evil ones that are out there right now, the Soroses, the Rothschilds, the Clintons, all those people. They're like genuine the closest thing we're ever going to see to a real life James Bond tier supervillain. The problem with that is all their children and offspring and shit are completely fucking retarded, and they're Saturday morning cartoon villains by comparison. So we're going from like Bond villain tier to cartoon villain level tier.
Yep.
So, and it's going to happen with all of them because they didn't do a good job of raising their kids.
Because they didn't care. They didn't care.
They didn't give a shit,
They literally deluded themselves into thinking, I'm going to live forever. I have money. I have power.
It's either I'm going to live forever, or even when I'm gone, it's going to be in 100 years and my legacy will be secured by then. Guess what, motherfucker? Not quite. You're on quite the timetable now, aren't you?
As it turns out,
you've all got probably at most 20 years left before we're just gonna, throw off whatever chains you put on us, and that's the whole world doing that, motherfucker. We're gonna piss and shit all over your legacy, and we're gonna laugh while we do it.
And fuck, we're watching it happen in real time. It's slow, and it has some step backs,
it's coming,
but it's coming.
Yep. Hunter's left a couple comments. I'm gonna read those again. He said he watched The Acolyte because he's the type of person when someone recommends the series or game, he watches the first season to have his own opinion. That is fair enough.
That is fair.
That's totally fair. Still, you're a braver man than me for stepping into something that, like The Acolyte, that you can just tell by looking at it, this is gonna suck. Also, you left a couple more. Make a new one or just make movies about Star Wars and the Old Republic. It's more interesting than the New Republic to concentrate more Jedi and Sith. Times need to be lore accurate. Now, that is a fair comment, and it would probably be very well directed to people who actually care about Star Wars. The problem is, those people are not in control of Star Wars. People who are in control of Star Wars don't care about it beyond what they can use it for, which is money and pushing their own personal agenda. If they wanted to tell a good story about Star Wars, they wouldn't have thrown the entire expanded universe out from the rip. They would have at least tried to make some of it work, but they didn't. They just threw the whole thing out because it wasn't about telling a good story. It was about something else entirely. It's why they always get so mad whenever people announce I'm not buying it. They get like they all do it. Whether it's Star Wars or like a video game thing or anything, if you just tell them I think this sucks, I'm not going to even buy it, they get really mad about that because they literally think they're owed your money. They think you're a captive audience who's just an idiot who's going to buy whatever has Star Wars written on the front.
Right.
And when you tell them that you're not, when you prove you're not, it's like it gets them very angry because they don't know how to respond to it.
I think that's the biggest argument I have against just the general, like, oh, well, all the normies are going to go buy it. And you know what? Yes, that's true. All the normies will probably go buy it and they'll keep it afloat. But even normies have taste. Even normies can look at a product and go,
so,
this is not a good product.
Here's the thing also. It is true that the normies can keep even a shitty thing afloat for a while. The problem is, as it goes on and gets shittier and shittier, first of all, more of them realize they don't actually care for it and drop off as a result. And also, as time goes on and this kind of thing gets more obvious, there are a lot less normies to go around. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So you might have the normie who doesn't realize that Star Wars is run by people who hate Star Wars, at least not at first. As he realizes more and more, this series is getting worse and worse, what's going on? Eventually, he's going to wake up to it in his own way and realize, you know what? I have not liked the last 5 of these. I'm done. I'm just cutting my losses. No, it's not going to be good anymore. We can kind of see that now. People, like normies 10 years ago, really cared about Halo, right? Halo was still like a really cool thing. It was still a major player. When the Master Chief Collection came out, that got muted a lot because it was just completely botched. And we realized, you know, between 4, MCC, 5, and Infinite, the series is barely worth carrying anymore. What that led to is, like when the OG remake was just announced and released, I didn't hear anybody talking about that until like a week before it came out. I didn't even know it was coming out until like 3 days ago. And I definitely hear nobody talking about it right now. Nobody is excited for that game, despite it being what they wanted 10 years ago. Because they all realized by now, anything Halo coming out after about 2011, at when Reach came out, is going to be fucking trash.
Right.
So there's no point.
And you see, I was talking about Chris with that earlier because he saw the trailer for it and he was all goo goo gaga, like, literally like, this looks amazing. And I was like, dude, it is from the same people who have been botching Halo for like the past 10 years. And initially
past
he's
decade
like, well,
plus.
Yeah, past decade plus. And he's like, well, I don't care. It's everything I want. Like, whatever, man. And then the game came out and he's like, I don't understand. How could it be bad? I thought, he literally said, I thought they learned their lesson. I was like, no. Chris, these
Why
people have been botching this series for 10 plus years. They are owned by a studio that, one, does not know what the fuck they're doing and hasn't known what they're doing, who are in turn owned by a giant corporation who has basically been stepping on Halo like it's shit beneath them. This is a franchise that established Xbox and established Microsoft and the aughts, and they are treating it like it's literally nothing. Like, what did you expect? Like, you literally set yourself up for fucking being disappointed.
Yeah. And the thing is, you know, people will only do that to themselves for so much time.
Right.
Everybody's tolerance level for it is different, but eventually people do get fed up with the slop eventually.
And
unless you're just, you know, a corpo dick sucker of some kind, who will just swallow any shit you're given happily, as long as my favorite corpo makes it or whatever. You know, you will get sick of being spoon-fed bullshit like that eventually.
But the thing is that like, those people, they're not like, there's not as many of them as like people think there are. Like, yes, there's not. There's always going to be shills. There's always going to be somebody who shills for whatever, but they are few and far in between.
Yep. That Kako Demon's having a bad day, sitting in the fire like that. was I gonna say? Yeah, it's funny to me how anybody is willing to give 343 any level of grace with regards to Halo, because like, so they got given the reins to Halo as part of Bungie splitting off of Microsoft. Okay, so they inherited the series to begin with. Their first outing with the series was Halo 4, which everybody realizes was fucking terrible. The thing is, though, people made apologetics for it. Even I did this because it's like, well, it's their first time with Halo. They're trying to find their way with it. Whatever. It's too much like Call of Duty, but I understand it to some degree. I hate it, and I think they're stupid for doing it. But I understand trying to experiment a bit and trying to find your own way with the series. What the fuck ever. And then we got the CE anniversary around that same time too, which was just, why does this game need to exist? But okay. There's nothing wrong with it, but why does it need to exist?
Right.
So if you dig deeper into who did the CE anniversary, what you find is basically none of it was done in-house by 343. It was all outsourced to another developer, like a smaller one, and 343 just stamped their name on it while they worked on Halo 4.
Right.
That is foreshadowing for what's coming next. So then we got the Master Chief Collection, okay? The MCC, my understanding is it was supposed to be a Halo 2 remake first. And if it had just been a Halo 2 remake and nothing more, it probably would have been fine. For some reason, though, they decided it's not enough. We need to package all the other Halo games with it. So now it's not just Halo 2 you need to make and support. Now you need to support CE, remake you just made. You need to support Halo 3. You need to support Halo 2 and Halo 2 Anniversary. Plus, Halo 4 is in there too for some reason, and eventually Reach and ODST get added in later. So you have 4 games in there that you need to fucking support in some way. Support meaning not just the campaign, but the multiplayer, because everyone wants out of Halo. They want the multiplayer. So why is this a problem? Again, first off, it's already a massive undertaking for a studio that's only ever made really one game that was not well received. And the one game they made that was well received was, 1, not actually made by them, and 2, had no online multiplayer element to it. Now you have to deal with 3 or 4 of those at the same time. And it's going to be a massive undertaking, and if you're not prepped for it, it's going to be a disaster, which it was. Part 2, people were really wowed by Halo 2 Anniversary's graphics and campaign. And they're right to do so, because it looks great in the campaign. It looks fantastic. Mm-hmm. Problem is, though, again, if you break down who actually did a lot of the stuff for Halo 2 Anniversary, if you look at who did what, most of that was not done in-house by 343. Most of the vast majority of the graphic stuff and the cutscenes that everyone praised, that was done by somebody completely different than 343. So, again, the stuff they're trying to praise 343 for is not even being done by them. They're just kind of the middleman publishing the thing after the fact. They pay somebody else to do the hard stuff for them to a high level and then take all the credit for it. Now, that's an issue because the only thing about the MCC that was worth praising in general was Halo 2 Anniversary, because the graphics look amazing. But again, they didn't do that. Everything else about the MCC from day one was an absolute disaster that took years to even begin to try and fix. So do you know what was going on with the MCC when it first launched? Do you know the problems with it?
I just know that it was broke and that it stayed broke
Yes.
for a very long time.
Yes. So, and that's the problem. So I'll emphasize what it means when it was broken. When people complain the MCC is broken, they're talking about the multiplayer. They're talking about either not so much the online co-op, although that was kind of broken too. They're talking mainly about the competitive multiplayer. So I don't know what they did to try and do the matchmaking with that game, but it didn't work. It just straight up didn't work. If you were in the US or Europe, you would often wait 15 or 20 minutes at a time to get into a game, despite there allegedly being hundreds of thousands of players online, which there were at times. Like, that's a genuine number. Somehow it still took people 15, 20 minutes to get into the game in Europe and the US, which is unacceptable. If you were in Australia, though, or Asia or something like that, you flat out could not get into a game for multiplayer at all. It would matchmake you for an hour plus sometimes, which now that's really bad. So MCC comes out, and within the first couple of weeks, people who are on the fence about buying it are now hard no because the fucking thing doesn't work. The multiplayer that I'm paying for straight up is non-functional. I can't play the game the way I want, so I'm not going to buy it. That's what happened.
Which is
And
very
so,
which is rightful. They have the fucking right to do that.
Yes.
It's fucking broke.
And the worst part though is, you know which part of MCC 343 did do in-house?
What's
The
that?
multiplayer matchmaking. So
Of
because
course.
it shipped so broken, they have to fix it themselves because it's their thing. But they're utterly incompetent, so they don't know how to fix it. So they spend literal years trying to tweak it and make bug changes and bug fixes for it, and it's still just as broken as it was before. It does not get fixed, mostly, until it gets ported to PC and Reach is added into it. And I'm sure they had to outsource all of that to somebody else too. I think they finally got fed up and said, we're going to take this being ported as an excuse to bring somebody on and fix it for us. So they did, and MCC mostly worked for about 2 or 3 years. It was still broken in some aspects. Matchmaking still took way too long. The playlists weren't great. All that stuff was not great. But at least you could still, at some degree, play multiplayer Halo again, even though the games have been done for 20 years at that point. So that was a positive. Then it started to fall apart because once Halo 5 and Halo Infinite dropped, 343 stopped supporting the MCC multiplayer. So you can still play it, but it's riddled with boosters and hackers, and it's not fun because there's no moderation going on with it. They let known cheaters stay active in that game for fucking ever. They just don't give a shit.
Right.
And so obviously that's a problem. So people started to leave the game. They stopped playing it. Now, if you try and play MCC at any point, peak hours for MCC multiplayer, you're only going to have a couple thousand people playing it at most. The vast majority of them are Smurfs, or they're boosting, or they're just straight up cheating. So it's not fun to play anymore. And that's what Halo is now. It's on life support, basically, which is sad.
It's very sad. It's
so
just
I'm
depressing.
trying to establish this is how they handled MCC, which is, every game in the MCC except for Halo 4 was extremely well received and is still very well received and respected by most people who played the games. The only one that's iffy on there really is Reach, and even then it's treated as kind of just an okay game at worst, not like an abomination, but okay. Unless you're a lore idiot, but who cares?
Which is crazy
So
because
that's how they.
I really think Reach is probably some of the best, but that's just me.
I'll get to that in a minute. Don't you worry. But so that's how 343 treated a series where honestly all the heavy lifting was done for them up front. All they had to do was ship it in a way that made it playable, in the future, and they fucked even that up. So if they can't do something that simple, why should I believe they can make their own Halo that's actually decent?
Right.
There's no chance.
And on top of that, let's be real. One, we did not need a remake of Halo Combat Evolved.
No, we didn't.
Nobody asked
Not at that
for
time, at least.
Not at that time.
Not at that time, and not this time either. 'Cause this time it's just terrible.
And this time it's just terrible. It is everything everybody who had any kind of common sense or is in the scene and doesn't consume knew that they were going to do. Also, if you look behind the scenes, the head gal of they're not 343 anymore, they're Halo Studios. The head gal.
They straight up admit we don't like Halo.
Yeah, they admit they don't like Halo, and the head gal, you can go to her Twitter, and it's okay, you grew up and lived your life on Twitter and Tumblr. I'm not going to get into details because YouTube probably wouldn't like me to say those things, but you know exactly the kind of person they are.
I know, but it's why are people like this in charge of Halo? Why are you giving this person this series? What are you doing? It's just, and that's for most series these days. They're all going through shit just like that. They're being run by people who, at best, are utterly indifferent to the series they are now in charge of leading, and at worst, flat out openly despise it. Oh, you did. You got one shot. Yes, so that's the whole thing there. So I think at this point, whatever kind of goodwill or optimism people had about 343 is almost entirely out the window. I don't know a single person who genuinely thinks 343 is going to improve at any point. They have no incentive to. And frankly, I don't think they know how to improve. I really don't. People have given them the roadmap for this is how you would make a good Halo game in the modern day, and they just choose to ignore it. So, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. Hopefully go out of business and shut down. Speaking of Halo, I find it really funny that people don't understand why so much of the fan base bitches about sprint. And frankly, the fan base doesn't do a good job of explaining why they hate sprint so much in Halo. But if you think about it, it's very obvious why, even if they're not good at articulating why. You probably realize, like, people just don't want Halo to be an imitator. And that's what
Right.
that is. They added sprint into Halo 4 purely because Call of Duty had it. So that's why. And also because, frankly, it didn't need sprint. The game played fine without it. Why would you
And
add this in? It changes the
and
entire
it's-
pace and flow of the game.
It's not built around sprint.
No, it's not. For all the faults that Infinite did, though, I thought the way they implemented sprinting was actually quite smart. I'll explain what it looks like. So, did you play Infinite at all?
No.
I unfortunately did. So, this is
Like
the
adults.
one thing I will praise for Infinite. The only bit of praise I have for that whole game is the way they implemented sprint was actually pretty decent. So the problem with sprint in Halo before this was it was always just a flat-out upgrade to walking, right? Or
Right.
just running. There was no reason not to be sprinting. Halo Reach got around this because sprint was an armor ability, which meant that if you took sprinting, you were sacrificing something else, and they built it into the sandbox as a result, and you could turn it off for a custom game or a game type or something like that, so it wasn't that bad. If you have sprint on by default, like in 4 and 5, though, there's no reason never to use it, and
Right.
it makes the game feel way different in a way that's not Halo. The way Infinite kind of addressed that is sprint is still built into the game. You can do it at any time, but it's not as fast as it was, at least compared to walking by default. Like your sprint speed and your default movement speed in Infinite are quite similar. I think sprinting is only like 10 or 15% faster at most. But the more important part is if you walk around in Infinite, you don't show up on the radar. If you sprint, though, you do. So if you're a smart player for Infinite multiplayer, you're not going to sprint unless you really need it because you'll stay off the minimap if you don't. But most people are not smart. They sprint around like idiots, and they're easy to spot because of that.
Right.
In the past Halos, if you wanted to move at all, you showed up on the minimap, unless you moved while crouching, in which case you didn't. That was always very situational and not fun to do, though. So Infinite fixed that with adding in sprint, which is a good move. So I thought that was cool. They're never going to do that again, though, right? Because they're not going to do anything like Infinite ever again. Infinite was their attempt to kind of please both sides of the fan base, and it failed miserably. So they're never going to touch that again, which is a shame because that's the one good thing they did in that game. And I think they should keep doing it, but that's just me. Everything else about that game was at best completely mid, and at worst terrible. Yeah, so I played Infinite for I think about a week or two, purely because I already happened to have an Xbox Series S because I bought that to play Resident Evil 4 and Village because I didn't have a good PC at the time. I went into it knowing it'd be my last console. I just couldn't afford a decent PC at the time. And I'm like, I already have the Xbox. My friends all have an Xbox, or most of them do. I'll get Infinite just to try it out, just to see, because I want to know. And if it sucks, that's my last shot at giving 343 a chance on anything.
Right.
Tried it out, and Infinite was not completely awful, just mostly awful. And so now I'm like, I'm over the series. It's done. It's not going to be good ever again. You could give that series back to Bungie, and it wouldn't be good ever again. Because Bungie doesn't know what they're doing either.
No, they don't. And most of the people that made the game good, well, they're gone.
They're gone. I hope Martin O'Donnell gets the last laugh, though, which he should. That man's going to be in Congress soon, which is hilarious to think about.
Fucking awesome.
Can you imagine? We're going to live in a world where it's very possible that Martin O'Donnell and Brandon Herrera are in Congress together, and they go out and start like, drinking buddies and shit. Can you
That is
imagine?
going to be ultra
That
fucking
is-
based.
That is incredibly likely to happen. So I hope it does. Anyway, Hunter's asking. This is a good question, like a really interesting question, Hunter. What makes Halo so interesting to Xbox users? I have a 360, but I never played it. I enjoy little FPS games. So I will say outright, if you don't really like FPS games that much, you probably will not enjoy Halo that much. The reason why Halo is so well liked by Xbox is for a couple different reasons. First off, when Halo came out, it was really the only game that was worth buying an Xbox for. I'm talking about the original Xbox and the original Halo plus Halo 2. If you bought an Xbox at that time, you were buying it pretty much specifically to play Halo or Halo 2 online multiplayer. So that's important because before those games came out, console gaming really did not have an online multiplayer element that was worth talking about. It existed for the GameCube and the PS2, but in a very small capacity, and the Dreamcast as well. But who cares? You're probably familiar with all that, Joey, right?
I'm absolutely familiar, and it is a shame about
Yes.
the Dreamcast
And
because
it is. And the thing also about Halo is it is very much a product of the times, like the time it was released. If Halo came out today, in the way it did back then, like if you were to take Halo and release it in 2026 instead of 2001 or whenever it came out, people would still think it's pretty good, but it wouldn't be nearly as groundbreaking, as popular, or as like legendary as it actually is now, because it came out at the right time. It was the right game coming out at the right time. Because of that, a lot of people grew up with Halo. I grew up with it. A lot of people I know grew up with it. Because we grew up with it, the old style of Halo games are like very near and dear to us. If you're somebody with no experience or like history with the series going into it now, you're probably going to think, you know, I can see these games are good, but I don't understand the following they had at the time. That's why. Because they were a product at the time they were released. They put console gaming on the map to begin with, and then also a lot of us grew up with them. If you don't fit into one of those three boxes, you probably won't enjoy them the same way we do. Just saying. But yes, those are the reasons why Xbox gamers are so interested in Halo, because it was the Xbox game for years and years.
And on top of that, like I said earlier, the cultural significance of Halo, like
I am the head of this corporation.
it didn't just
All
put
your work and discoveries
Xbox
here
like
belong
on the
to
map.
me.
That was an important
It
thing.
put console gaming for multiplayer on the map in general,
and
which is the more important part.
And on top of that, for Microsoft, it was a fucking amazing image booster because
It was.
made them look trendy. It made them look like
Yes,
they were in with
it
the
did.
times.
Yeah, so when Xbox first came out, it didn't have like a killer exclusive game on it. So everyone kind of treated it like a punching bag, like a joke, because it was. Then they released Halo CE, and people started to change their tune, because now Xbox had its own first cool exclusive that nobody else could have. Then Halo 2 came out, and people really changed their opinion on it. Like, oh, now we're really serious. You don't just have your own game, you have a multiplayer element that nobody else does. So when Halo 2 dropped in 2005, like it changed the way console multiplayer worked. Now suddenly, you know, online multiplayer for consoles is extremely important. And if your console coming up the next generation doesn't have it, you know, what are you doing? Whereas in the past, multiplayer was limited to just, you know, couch co-op or couch-based stuff, you know, with very limited online elements.
And the other thing is that like Halo was so popular. That's why they literally had an entire genre of games called the quote unquote Halo killer. This game was going to be the one that finally dominates Halo. This is going to be the game that finally takes the top spot from Halo. People have been trying to compete with Halo for years.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, ultimately none of them succeeded. What killed Halo was Halo. What killed Halo was the series ended and Bungie wanted nothing to do with it anymore, which left a vacuum that was filled by Call of Duty, which was working to fill it anyway, but then Halo kind of just threw in the towel and said, you can have it. So ultimately what killed Halo was itself. Other people tried during that whole time. Some of them came close. COD was on its way to killing Halo, but it didn't actually do it in the end. Halo did it to itself and then handed the torch over to Call of Duty. I think the other series that came the closest to killing Halo was Gears of War. But again, very different series, very different way of playing. But for some reason, I think it was mainly one-sided on Cliffy B's part, where he was trying to kill Halo. I don't think the Halo devs gave a shit.
I don't think they did either, and I'll be honest, I don't even think fucking
Call of Duty guys?
I don't even think Call of Duty guys, and I don't even think the rest of the Epic team really gave a shit as Cliffy B did. I think they were mostly just like, dude, we're just trying to make a fucking cool game.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like a lot of that was just Cliffy B's fucking ginormous fucking ego. Holy fucking shit.
Oh, Hunter's asking a good question again. Did they change something in gameplay? Give me examples. I played Battlefield, COD, Medal of Honor. Yes, great question. So, Think back to the old school styles of Battlefield, Call of Duty, and Medal of Honor. What did those look like at the same time Halo came out? So if you were playing any of those games when Halo came out, like I'll talk about COD and Medal of Honor at the time. Battlefield's a bit different, but I'll get to that. If you played Call of Duty or Medal of Honor at the time the first Halo games came out, so 1 and 2, and 3 to an extent as well, Call of Duty Medal of Honor looked really different. They were very World War II focused. It was kind of like a running joke with the industry, like, oh, look, another World War II shooter, great, very happy, excited for it, like sarcastically, because there were so many. It was kind of like a dead horse trope at that point. So Halo came out, and it's still a shooter with similar gameplay, but it's sci-fi, futuristic, and cool, whereas the World War II thing is played out, tired, and old. Nobody cared about it at that point. So that's one point in its favor. Also, Halo's overall style of gameplay is very different. Call of Duty and Medal of Honor put a lot of emphasis on aiming down your sights at the time, or at least zooming your scope in, or zooming your vision in to aim. Halo doesn't really do that. The only time you do that with in Halo is with certain weapons. You can't aim down your sights with every weapon in the old school Halo games, only a couple of them. That makes the game overall play a lot smoother and a lot faster than COD or Medal of Honor do.
It's a very arcadey feeling.
It is, yeah. It's more relaxed. I wouldn't say casual, but more arcadey is a good term for it. Also, what that leads to in the multiplayer, if you play split-screen multiplayer on COD or Medal of Honor back then, you'll find that the time to kill is very fast. You kill people extremely fast in those games. Halo's time to kill is very slow. So you're like, because Halo has the shield system and then health underneath it, you have to go through both layers of that, and it requires mostly headshots to kill somebody unless you have a very powerful weapon. So the multiplayer moment-to-moment gameplay is quite slow. You can, in COD or Medal of Honor, even back then, if you went up against somebody as a 2v1 or a 3v1 and you were that one, you're probably going to get your ass kicked. In Halo, if you were good enough, you could win a 2v1 or a 3v1. So that's what made it so appealing. Am I on the right track there, Joey?
That makes a lot of sense. And on
Yes.
top of that, and like again, and the other thing about Halo that made it great is that like there were so many different ways to approach the game. Where
Yeah.
if you wanted to be long distance, you could be long distance. If you wanted to be, if you were the kind of guy to get up close and personal, you had armaments to do that. You had the shotgun, which like if you got point blank, that was pretty much a one-hit kill. Or you had the energy sword. The sky was the limit to what you wanted to do.
And you had, most importantly though, you also had vehicles in the sandbox as well. So Halo puts a ton of emphasis on map control and map knowledge. Because when you spawn in with weapons in Halo, you're spawning in with a basic like assault rifle and pistol or battle rifle and pistol, which are good weapons, but the really good weapons are scattered around the map. So the whole point of the gameplay, the way the multiplayer works, is both teams fight for dominance over certain parts of the map because those have the good weapons and pieces of gear on them. And so control of those points on the map constantly shifts as the game goes on. That's the whole point. You're trying to vie for control of the powerful weapons, the powerful equipment, and the powerful vehicles. Because the team that has all of those is almost certainly going to win. And the other team that doesn't is going to get their ass kicked. So I'll talk a bit about Battlefield 2. Battlefield's kind of the same way with the vehicles added into the sandbox. The problem with Battlefield, though, is there's no real like weapon pickups on the map. You're always spawning in with your personal kit, even back then. So map control is less of a concern outside of objective game modes, whereas in Halo, it is always a concern no matter what game mode you're playing. If you're playing Team Deathmatch in Halo, you're still fighting for control of the power weapon spawns and the vehicle spawns. If you're playing Capture the Flag in Halo, now you're playing both the weapons, the vehicle spawns, and your own flag as well. So it's always a constant in the game. If you're playing free-for-all, so it's like 8 people in a map and you're all trying to kill each other, no teams. Now everybody's fighting for control of certain parts of the map because they have the best weapons on them, and like one guy who gets the best weapons is going to win that game. That's what made it so interesting. It's a lot like it's a good combination of if you took an arena shooter like Unreal Tournament or Quake Arena and mixed it with Call of Duty or Medal of Honor at the time, and you get Halo out of that. It's a good medium between all of those. That's why it made it so popular.
On the second floor of this facility.
Hates this guy. Would you say that's about right, Joey?
I would say that's about right.
Yeah.
And it also helped. It also does help that Halo was just one of those games like everybody played Halo.
Everybody played it, yeah.
Every casual gamers play Halo. Even
Yeah.
somebody
So
like,
it's kind of like it's kind of like in the 2010s, everybody played Call of Duty, everybody played Battlefield, and everybody plays Fortnite. Back then, it was everybody plays Halo. He says, I have a question. Does Halo have a campaign open world like Battlefield 2 and Xbox 360 and PS2 Battlefield Modern Combat? So Halo's campaign is divided into specific missions. The missions are pretty linear too, for the most part. So if you go into a mission for Halo, you should expect it to be mostly going from point A to point B with objectives along the way. The difference is how you get from point A to point B is kind of up to you, a little bit. So it's basically like you can choose what weapons you want, what vehicles you use, anything like that, but you're still going from A to B for the most part. There's no real open world, choices to make. I'm actually trying to think of a level in Halo that lets you pick what to do in order. I don't know if one exists. It's always like you go from point A to point B and do objectives there. You go from point B to point C, do stuff there, and then from C to D, and then the level ends for the most part. And every Halo level is kind of like that. The difference is, though, while that sounds very basic, the way the levels are structured and the enemies you fight and everything make it very fun. That's also what made the campaign so unique as well. In the past, for like Battlefield and Call of Duty, the enemies you fought were mostly like, regular jerk-offs. Whereas in Halo, you had the tier system. You had the grunts, you had the elites, then the brutes, then the drones. You had a bunch of different enemies that all acted in different ways, which made them a lot more interesting to fight. Funny thing is, everything we just talked about, what made Halo so big at the time, you'll notice a lot of games now do a lot of the same stuff. What made Halo popular back then is it did all of it first. Yeah. Okay, I understand. It's like Conflict, Desert Storm. It's linear open world. You have to go two ways, A to B. For the most part, yeah. I think the closest thing Halo's had to an open world is actually Halo Infinite, and that game's campaign's not particularly good. You're in the zone, man. Locked in, Joey?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to
You're all good.
get these. Yep.
I'm trying to get the special type of kills for the challenge.
Look upon the faces of these extraordinary men and women. These are the best and brightest minds, the most devout members of the UAC, fully indoctrinated. They have a similar
Nope. It's finicky, isn't it?
Yep.
Bug. Any new game you're interested in the next generation? For me, it's Exodus and Ace Combat. Good question, dude. Fuck, what am I interested in that's probably going to come out? The last game I got really excited for was Resident Evil Requiem. And I actually did like it quite a bit. I guess if I have to pick a game that I'm excited for coming out, probably whatever the next Resident Evil is, the Code Veronica remake, actually. I'm interested to see what that's going to do, because there's no way you can make Code Veronica worse as a remake. The original Code Veronica that came out 20 years ago is already pretty fucking bad. So I'm curious to see what they do for that to change it around a bit. Past that, I don't really know.
I think the games I'm most interested in is I'm definitely curious. I'm definitely into Stellar Blade 2 coming out. I'm very excited for that. I still need to get through. I was really playing it a lot, but I had to put down Stellar Blade for a bit. I am very excited about, and I'm still slowly working through the series, but I'm very excited about Persona 6 because I'm really glad we're finally getting another Persona. Because it's literally been fucking... Persona 5 came out in 2016, and the updated release came out, I think, in 2021. So it's been 10 years since the last Persona. I'm excited about that, and I am excited about the Persona 4 remake because it is very obvious that Atlas is like putting their absolute all into that remake, which makes sense because Persona 4 was their golden goose. Persona 3 definitely helped the country out of the company out of the trouble it was in, because Atlas had always been one of those companies that like they'd always been like struggling to stay afloat, like even throughout like the 90s.
When 3 got released in the West, it put them on the map.
Yeah,
so they put them on the map, and then 4 made them like a household name among the industry at that point.
4 made them a household name, and then
5 took that and ran with it. So
yes, 5 took that and ran with it, and then everything else that they had released beforehand was either a bonus because people also really liked. I mean, people liked SMT too. They liked Shin Megami Tensei.
But it was really niche.
It was really niche. And only a certain you had to accept that you were in for a certain amount of punishment because Shin Megami Tensei is very hard.
That game will stomp your nuts. Apparently,
it will stomp your nuts. Once you know what you're doing, it's very easy. But if you
there's a big learning curve though. It's one of those games with a big learning curve.
Yes, and like. If you cannot make it past the filter bosses, which come fairly early, like
you're gonna hate it. You will hate it. Yeah. It's kind of like the original Devil May Cry, where you will get filtered if you're somebody who's going into it for the first time, like 30 years after it came out. But once you adjust to it, you're gonna love it. It's just you gotta get past that initial filter, though.
Exactly.
Same with old school Resident Evil, to be honest. If you don't like tank controls, you're not gonna like it. If you can adjust to them eventually, like deal with the suck for a little bit, you're gonna love them.
Right, like once I got used to the tank controls in Resident Evil 2, I fucking loved that game. That game was great.
Yeah, I remember you complained about it for the first 10 minutes, rightfully so, and then by the time you locked in, you're like, actually they're not that bad, I'm kind of enjoying it now. Which is everybody's experience with those for the most part. It takes 15, 20 minutes at most to adjust, and then you're like, this goes from not a problem to actually with the way the game is structured, I kinda like it this way.
Exactly. I really ended up enjoying it. And then what else? There was another game I was looking forward to. Oh shit, what was it?
What I'll say, you can cut back in anytime when you remember it. I will say is I'm not really excited for any particular game release coming out. I'm more excited about a part of the industry in general. I'm really excited to see what indie games do in the next decade or so, because what's happening is it's become easier and easier to be an indie game dev, either on a small team or as a one-man operation. And I'm seeing already a lot of those guys are putting out interesting stuff. So we're getting people coming through here who are they're very inspired by games they grew up playing, like Halo or Call of Duty or Fear or like JRPGs or anything like that. They understand, though, that those series are old and they're not coming back the way they want them to, so their solution is, I gotta make my own, nobody else will. So that's why we're getting games like Trepang 2, which the devs are very inspired by Fear. We're getting games, just other games in general, like The Citadel is made by one Japanese dude who just has a passion for old school Doom and anime, and he put those together, and that made The Citadel. We're getting other games, like that one game, Farah, coming out, which is kind of the same way, old school boomer shooters. Those are being made by small teams or even just one person because they have a passion for it and it's easy to do than it was in the past. And I think as time goes on, we're going to see the same mindset applied to more complicated stuff as well. We're probably going to see in the next 10 years somebody like a one-man operation making their own Halo in the modern day, making their own old school Call of Duty in the modern day, their own Pokemon in the modern day.
Did you see the video I sent you?
Which one?
The one of the guy who is recreating Halo CE from the ground up.
Yes, yeah.
That project looks really interesting to me.
Yeah, and so we're probably going to get somebody doing the same thing, but for an original project instead. We're also seeing people coming out with spiritual successors to old games, like Bloodstained for Castlevania Symphony of the Night style Castlevania.
Which is very exciting. I'm so excited for that.
So am I. Yeah, and that game kicks ass. Bloodstained 1 was awesome. We're just seeing a lot of good stuff coming from either smaller developers or indie developers in general, which I'm very excited for. I think that's going to be a really good part of the industry in a way. So indie gaming for a long time was a curiosity more than anything. Now people are taking it very seriously because that's where the real artistic and fun stuff is being made. It's where it's coming from these days. But yes, like I legitimately believe in the next decade or so, we are going to see either small teams or one-man teams making their own renditions of games that they grew up loving that would otherwise be considered impossible to make by a single person. I would bet money that in 10 years or so, we will see a Fallout-inspired game, like Fallout 3 or New Vegas-inspired game that's made by just one person. It's gonna happen. I believe it will. Yeah, because not only is game dev like becoming easier to do, it's just the things you can do as one person become a lot easier as well. It takes less time, less effort, less technical know-how. It gets easier over time. What that will lead to is people will take that and run with it. I also think people are kind of tired of the AAA experience for what it has to offer in terms of gameplay. They're tired of just, you know, oh, it's another FPS game with an RPG light system involved. I just don't really care. You know what I mean? They're tired of just everything. Multiplayer is inspired by Call of Duty, and everything single player is inspired by Far Cry 4 in some way. They want something new, and that new stuff's not going to come from AAA or AA. It's going to come from indie. Here's the song. Yep.
Yeah, there's something. Boy, what an amazing composer and artist. I sure hope he doesn't get screwed over in like 4 years from when this game released.
I sure hope his work on the third Doom game is excellent. Speaking of indie games, I'm interested in Kick, Favela, and Beholder. I think I've heard of Beholder. I have not heard of the other two. I don't even. When I say I've heard of Beholder, I mean I've heard the name thrown around before. I don't know what it actually is. Yeah, I find it really interesting that because AAA and AA gaming has stagnated so much and they're afraid to take any risks at all, we're seeing all the really artistic and cool and weird and fun stuff come out of the indie scene and small dev team scene these days. Like a massive development team could not fathom like the conception of Ready or Not, for example. Ready or Not's coming from a small developer, but they took the risk on that because they loved SWAT 4. And they wanted to kind of make a modern game inspired by SWAT 4.
Now, of
and
course,
that is something that a major dev team would never do.
Now, of course, something like Ready or Not also has its own caveats. Like, example,
it does.
The dev team being very fucking reluctant to fix something like the cracked out AI. I don't know what the deal with that is.
So I know what the deal with that is. The deal with that is they're listening to the wrong people in their fan base. They're listening to people who really like it when they actually have to get their nuts stomped in the game. You've probably seen people like that. They're not even the Dark Souls fans, because Dark Souls fans aren't like that for the most part. It's just, you know, I want the game to, if the game doesn't kill half my squad in the course of a single mission, then it's not hard enough, it's not fun enough. And that's fine for some people, but for the average person, they don't like that. It just feels unfair and stupid. That's why, because those people are the most vocal people in the developer Discord server, because they're the ones who pay them the most. So they're all the dev team hears. So I don't think the devs intended for the Discord to be a company-wide hug box, but it wound up that way because you have to, by its very nature, kind of gate it off from people who aren't going to pay for your Patreon, you know? So all you end up with there are the pay pigs, and they're either going to suck your cock no matter what you do, because they don't want to lose access to their dev friends, quote unquote, or they're going to kind of speak in your ear and give you the ideas they want that nobody else does. And that's true for a lot of projects like that. You see the same thing with a lot of the, best way I can describe them is Dwarf Fortress-like games. So Caves of Qud is the same way, except the devs are starting off retarded and the fanbase is making them even more retarded in that case. You're seeing it with other games too, but that's the most obvious one I can think of off the top of my head. Hunter says, yeah, really tired of everything, at least RPG still has new type game style like Divinity, Baldur's Gate, and Expedition 33. But problem there's a lot of JRPG, really don't know why people enjoy JRPG. JRPG people enjoy because J-Con could probably explain it better, but I'll do my best. you have to understand the appeal of a JRPG is not in the fact that it's just very action-packed. The people who play them enjoy everything about them. Like, you hate the JRPG probably because it's slow, the games are too fucking long, you know, all that stuff. There's a lot of bullshit in it if you hate the grind. Understand that the people who really like playing JRPGs genuinely enjoy those parts of the game. That's why they flock to that genre. It's slower paced, like, you don't have to think super hard in it. That's why they like it. If you're coming through and playing a JRPG and your main thing is, like, you know, first-person shooters or even just tactical RPGs, like Western RPGs, you're going to play a JRPG and think, what's the big deal? I hate this. It's stupid. But the guys who are playing them actually like it for those reasons. And you're right also, by the way, RPGs do still have new types of games coming out, like Divinity, Baldur's Gate, Expedition 33, which is awesome. I think RPGs are interesting, probably the most interesting genre right now for indie and small dev stuff because they're experimenting in those ways. Baldur's Gate 3 and Divinity are 100% experiments with the dev team that paid off perfectly. Same with Expedition 33. They're all very experimental, but fans loved them.
While we're on the topic of that, I really fucking hate all these people who try to nitpick Expedition 33 because they're like, oh, it's not an indie, or it's like, well, they used AI for the newspapers, and it's like, so what you're saying is that they used AI as what it was intended to be. A tool.
Yeah, it's not replacing anything. It's not replacing anything substantial. It's used for the small bullshit assets that nobody cares about, but that would take a lot of dev time to make. So it's literally being done for what it should be done for. It's cutting down on time and expenses that you could put elsewhere instead.
Right, and that's just. I think this is the. And I already know. Like, if somebody comes across the stream, they fucking hear me talking about this. Could be like, oh, you fucking AI shill. It's like, dude, literally the entire point of AI that boomers and these hardcore anti-AI guys do not understand is that it is literally.
It's not supposed to replace real people. It's supposed to make your work as a real person easier. So it cuts out all the bullshit you don't want to do but have to, generally speaking, so you can focus on the actually interesting and compelling and fun parts of the rest of the job.
Exactly.
So it's cutting down. It's cutting down on bullshit like having to make an asset for a newspaper that lies on the ground. Instead, now you can focus on the actual artistic parts of the game instead. Yes, it's cutting down on bullshit like, you know, optimizing code the way you're supposed to, that you would have to do, but that's a pain in the ass. Instead, you get to code other new stuff instead. Which is, you know, that's the value of AI. It cuts down on the stupid busy work that you have to do but don't want to in favor of the stuff that you can now afford to spend more time on. When it gets misused, it's when retarded boomers and managers see it as a replacement for real people, when it's not.
Right. If you use AI to, like, cut down on stuff, or you use it for research purposes, I use it for research purposes.
To be productive.
Like,
You're trying to make the purpose of AI, ultimately, the way it should be used, is to make yourself more productive.
Exactly.
If it's being used to try and replace you or replace anybody else, that's going beyond what its purpose should be. And unfortunately, the reason it gets a bad rep is because retards in business and tech are using it for that purpose when they shouldn't be.
Right.
But if an artist uses AI for something small, like a small touch-up here and there on the thing that they fucking made, or to make this other part that's less important than the actual art part, why should we care? You know?
Exactly. Like, for example, I have been using it to, like, I'll ask it a question like, hey, does this make sense from a writing perspective? Or can you please give me more insight? I have a character who does this.
Yeah.
Could you maybe
give
me
more
insight?
You are using it to kind of bounce ideas off of somebody.
Right. But I'm not.
Which is what you would be doing. You're not letting it write for you. You're having it spot check you the way like you want to be. Like, hey, the plot looks like this. I have a character do this, and what is the plot hole that I'm not seeing, basically.
Exactly.
Which is something you would catch eventually on your own, just thinking about it. But this is cutting out the middleman and making you think about it ahead of time.
Right. Or I may write something, and it'll be like, hey, this is cool. Maybe if you're trying to keep it more period accurate or whatever, maybe try writing it like this instead. And
yes, use this kind of dialogue or tone or inflection.
Exactly. You know, if you like it, use it. If not, you could just be like, I don't know, can you give me something else? And they'll be like, sure,
100%.
Try this instead.
Yeah.
As long as
and the whole thing is,
as long as you're not going onto it and being like,
write my book for me.
Yeah, hey ChatGPT, here's my idea. Here's all the characters. I need you to write me 10 chapters.
Yep.
And then just have it do that. Like, yeah, that is abusing AI for its unintended purpose. And people are going to look at your writing, and you can change it up all you
They're
want.
gonna know.
They're
will
gonna know. They're gonna know you fucking went on ChatGPT.
They won't know why, but they will know. By which I mean, people think that there are certain tells for AI writing, and there are, but they are not like obvious or explainable. But you can tell if you have a sharp eye when something is AI written. You just can't really put it into proper words. You know, that it's very much I know it when I see it.
Exactly.
That kind of thing. People think that there's a reason to a way you can tell AI. It's like, oh, you see, it's AI because they use a lot of M dashes or semicolons. Bullshit. I don't write with AI, and all of my stuff has a lot of M dashes and semicolons. That's the way I write. So, if you're looking for stuff like that, you will get false positives. That being said, if you don't look at the small parts, you look at the bigger picture and just see what's the way this is written. How is it written? Would a real person write in this way? Suddenly, it becomes a lot easier to spot what's real and what's not. And again, the important thing about AI is there are people out there who are going to do it the bad way, right?
Right.
But you as an artist don't have to. You can use it as much or as little as you want. I don't use AI for anything. The only thing I use that's AI is spell check, and I occasionally make cover art for a book because it's free, and I'm not selling the book yet. When I sell the book, it's going to have a real cover on it. But for now, as a placeholder, I use free AI art because covers are expensive, and I don't have the money to afford one for a placeholder right now.
Right. Or it's like, let's say you have a concept or something, and you make that concept, and you're like, great, now I can write a description of this down, and I can have an artist draw this for me.
Or some artists don't like this, you can use it as a reference if you want, but a lot of artists do not like that, which is weird because it's like, I'm using it as a reference so I can send it to you so I can have you draw it as a real person with your own style based off of this. I'm trying to give you money so I don't have to use this, so help me with that, please.
There was a recent controversy about that, actually.
There was, yeah, I saw it. That's what I'm talking about. It was some Twitter artist got sent a reference that was AI, and the guy said, can you draw this, but like basically better in your own style? And she went off on him and refused to work with him, and she posted on Twitter an event about it. And everyone's like, what's the problem here? Like, the guy's trying to pay you so he doesn't have to use AI art, and you went off on him.
And it's like, and she was so fucking rude about it. She's like, you should learn to draw.
She was really rude about it, yeah.
And it's like, the reason he is coming to you, the artist, the person who has spent years of your life learning how to draw and make money off your drawings, is because said person cannot draw. Are you retarded? Do you just hate money so
here's the funny thing. So I had this actually drilled down into me recently, and it's a very good lesson. My job, my whole thing is hold on, I gotta respond to a text. Hold on.
Like, there's sticking to your morals when it really comes to it, and then there is sticking to your morals for the absolute wrong reason, and then thinking people will agree with you when they go, no, you're just being an asshole for the sake of being an asshole and thinking you're a good person.
So here's the lesson I learned recently from my job. My job is signing people up for self-defense and firearms training. To do that, I have to find the plan that works for them. If they don't have a plan, if we don't have a plan that works for them, that might not be a good fit. If they really want to sign up, and it's a matter of just, I need a different plan than these, we have to work with them. I learned this because I had a guy come through who said, even your most expensive plan is not good enough for me. I want one-on-one training, and it's going to be expensive. And I'm sitting there like, I don't think we offer that, and I walked him out. Well, my boss happened to be there. I didn't know it, but he was there. And I talked to him about that, and he's like, just so you know, that guy is driving home in a nice Mercedes. He has money. If somebody is trying to give you money, take their fucking money and figure out the specifics later. So that's a lesson I had to learn. He wasn't pissed at me for it. He's just so you know, in the future, if that happens, we can accommodate people like that, and we will, because they're trying to pay us. You as an artist, for example, in this case, that guy is trying to give you money. Why are you talking yourself out of an easy sale? Take the fucking money and put your morals on hold for the time being. It's that
Right.
simple.
Especially
Artists are really bad about doing that because they get on their high horse about, you know, ethical art or what the fuck ever. Who cares? You have bills to pay. Take the fucking money
Right,
and
you
just
have-
bitch about it later.
You have bills to pay. You have a possible mortgage to pay. You have to
Yeah.
feed yourself. If you fucking
Yeah.
put off every single commission because of even the slightest ethical controversy, you are going to starve yourself to death. You are going to
Yes.
You're going
Now,
to lose your
what I
home,
will
your
say-
apartment.
Yeah, what I will say is there are times when you do need to put the kibosh on work for whatever reason. So, for example, in my job, if somebody comes through to train with us and they don't pass the background check or they don't pass the vibe check, you're not training with us. I don't care how much money you got, I'm not letting you do it. Same with an artist. If somebody's asking you to commission something you don't want to draw, put the kibosh on it. If they're weird about it or just an asshole, put the kibosh on it. But if they're doing what that guy did and saying, hey, I have this reference here, I want you to draw like this, don't take it as an excuse to get up on your high horse for no reason. He's trying to give you work, so take the work, right? Pick your battles wisely. If you kind of go through it with a fine-tooth comb over everything somebody approaches you with, you're kind of looking for reasons to not take work, and that's not going to work out for you long term. Because one, you're turning down free money, basically not free money, but money, and then two, you'll get a rep as somebody who's hard to work with, and that's going to affect you negatively later on. Because people will stop trying to offer you work because they know you're going to try and get your way out of it, no matter how much I pay you. So the reason why I think AI art in particular has such a negative rep is because of the actual artists themselves being such whiny bitches on Twitter and being so hard to work with in general. Have you tried to actually ever commission art from somebody who's been extremely difficult about it? I will tell you now, if you haven't, you're quite fortunate because most of them are. Artists tend to be great at art but terrible at business. That's why they're artists and not businessmen. They're very good about delivering a product, but delivering what you want for the most part, but it will often take them a lot of time and a lot of headache to get there. You know what I mean?
I have been exceedingly gracious. Now, keep in mind,
Yeah.
I do not commission tons and tons and tons
Yeah.
of art. So
Right.
the artists that my art pool of people I go to is very limited. The person who I've probably commissioned the most art from is the fine individual, Mr. Senior Monkey. Little bit of shilling for him. Who
Go ahead,
does
shill away.
who does all of the sprite work for my
And so-
thumbnail, my models, and he is
Right.
always extremely amicable and very
Right.
quick with
So-
results.
So that's why you keep giving him money, because
Exactly.
he does his job and he does it well and he doesn't complain about it for no reason, right?
Right.
He's willing to work with you, and so because of that, you like working with him because he's easy to work with, so you keep giving him money and work and references him.
And
So
on-
now if I need an artist, I'm going to ask you who the guy is that you use, and I'll approach them for it too. They get more work that way. You catch more flies with honey than vinegar.
Exactly.
Now, the problem with most artists is your guy you just mentioned seems to be pretty good at the business side of things. He understands I have to get this product shipped out to my client as fast as I can and as good of quality as I can because he's paying me to do exactly that. He's not paying me for the best piece of art I can possibly make in a year from now. He is paying me for this piece of art delivered in 2 weeks or so. And so I have to meet that standard. Most artists have a problem with meeting that standard for whatever reason. They're kind of very fly-by-night. They'll give you good art eventually, but it will take them a lot of time, and that's where they fail. Same with writers as well. If you're a writer, you can't afford to sit on working one project for multiple years. You have bills to pay and a mortgage to pay off.
Right.
You need to be churning out work consistently on time. If you have a delay, explain what the delay is. If you don't have a delay, God forbid, hopefully you never have a massive delay, but if you do have one, just be open about why that's the case, and then set another deadline for either an update or a delivered product and fucking stick to it. 'Cause
Right.
if you start if you miss your deadlines and keep delaying without a reason or an explanation, people will get angry about it and they
And
will
you see,
stop buying your
I
stuff.
actually have a really good example, two good examples. So
Uh-huh.
I do use Patreon for various things, and there are a few artists
Yeah.
that I do give money to because I like their work. I do. All
Yeah.
jokes aside, I do like their work. A lot of them do non-safe for work stuff, which is why I pay them.
Fair.
But they do very high quality work. There are
Yeah.
two artists I started following because they did a lot of stuff with Persona. Fucking, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but one was a gal and the other one is a guy who I actually just commissioned artwork from recently. And the guy's name is Witch Parfait. And and her name, it'll come to me eventually, but I was subscribed to their stuff because I thought, like, hey, they're both really good. I like their stuff, and they communicate a lot. They do a lot of stuff with their fans. So I was subbed to her for a while, and she would do stuff like community polls to be like, hey, what are we going to do next? There was two issues with this, though. One, the majority of people, and this is not really her fault.
The audience wanted one thing, and then it was not good, I assume?
The audience wanted one thing, but other people in the audience wanted another, and people would constantly get pissed off at each other because every time a new poll came up, because how she did her polls was, hey, here is the theme. Please put a character for this theme. And immediately, everybody would put Persona characters because why did they start following her? Because she had massed most of her audience because she made Persona characters. That's what people know her for. That's what got her on the map. People like her Persona art. So everybody would get angry because you all keep putting Persona characters in. Yes. Well, because what do you think most people follow her?
I'm paying for that, and she gave me the option.
Exactly. But this led into the other issue that I noticed, and that a lot of people have brought up. I personally didn't, because I never went to her for a commission. Is that she takes her sweet fucking time to churn things out.
Which is a problem.
Obviously, she got a life. You got shit to do. But,
But here's the thing. If you take money for your work, that is in its own way an unofficial contract.
Exactly.
So when you take money for work, you have to think of it as I am now obligated to turn out a product in as high of quality in as little time as possible.
Right.
Both of those things have to be true. People will argue, well, quality is more important than quantity. Okay, but quantity is a quality all on its own. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So if you churn out one really great, like really fucking good book every decade or so, sure. But if I churn out a good book every 6 months or so, who's going to be better off? Probably me. You know what I mean?
Right.
That speaks for itself.
And this leads into the other issue with her, is that she takes commissions. And that's obvious. Most artists do.
Yes.
Not all, but most artists do.
Yeah.
Problem. People
Schedule
reach out to her, and they're like, "Hey, I would like you to commission." And it's not so much where's my commission, it's she never fucking gets back to them. Like, people want to give her money, and then she never gets back. And then she gets back to the ones and does a commission for them. And then, again, takes forever with it. And it just got to a point where I was tired of... I was tired of a lot of people complaining, but I also took all those merits, and I did a lot of reflection. And after, reflecting on how her professional attitude was and the overall quality of the art, I realized I am wasting my time.
Wasting your time and your money.
And my money. And I do hate to say that because she did take some of my requests and made them, and they were good. I liked them. But I just was like, it's not worth what I'm giving her, so I canceled my subscription to her. Now, with Witch Parfait is constantly churning out products. He is constantly churning out stuff. He does a lot of commissions. He does a lot of sketch practice. He's currently working on original stuff on his end. And I, again, much like her, I got into his art because he does a lot of Persona stuff. Very specifically, he does a lot of art of one of my favorite characters that does not necessarily get a lot of love. So I was more than happy to, subscribe to him and give him money. Well, then recently, he created a group chat on Patreon, and he's like, hey, since everybody in here, you are all paying the highest tier, and I like to constantly practice.
Yeah.
I am taking sketch requests.
What do you want to see? Yeah. Yeah, what do you want to see?
So he takes sketch requests, and he has diligently been putting out the sketch requests over time. Now, he does communicate. It's like, hey, I'm working on them. I'm trying to get them out as fast as I can.
Right.
Please bear with me. But
Yeah.
He works on them. He puts them out
Yeah.
very consistently.
Just be open about it. Be
He's
open.
very
like,
open
hey, I'm
about
working on
it.
this. You know, here's what's going on. Here's why it's delayed, but it is coming. I'm trying
And-
to keep you guys as my highest tier supporters happy. Which
Exactly. And when he puts them out, they are, they are sketch requests. They're not like the
they're not
highest
full-on art.
tier. Exactly, but they're very nice sketches, and that's what people want.
Yeah.
They, people.
It's the equivalent. It's the equivalent of a musician saying, "You guys are good supporters of me. Here's a demo." You know.
Exactly.
We don't
And
expect
then-
it to be a full-on like finished product. It's a demo.
And then when you do
But it's
go
free,
to him for
so-
commission, when
Yeah.
he has commission slots open, he puts a lot of effort into his work.
Which he
It's
should.
probably the most I have paid, aside from my my sprite artist guy. But not. But okay, that's not a fair comparison because the most I paid him was $200, but I also had him doing multiple things at once. He did a single thing for me, and it's probably the most I paid. He charges $80 for single pieces and then $120 for not safe for work. And so I paid him.
That's not bad.
He had paid him $80 to make one of my Pathfinder characters, and it took him a bit of time because again,
Yeah.
he's busy doing other comms and other sketch requests and so on and so forth. But he got it out to me. He was very communicative. He was like, here's the first draft. We'll make some changes.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? Made some changes that needed to be made, and he got me the final product. Came out great. Couldn't have asked for a better thing. And I was like, wow, this was $80 well spent. If I ever feel the need to come back for him for another piece, or maybe I do want him to do a spicy piece for me, I will go back to him because I already liked his work and I like his work ethic.
Had a good experience. So
Exactly.
happy to do it again. Yep. So the problem with most artists on Twitter, why they get so up in arms about AI art, to tie this into this, most artists can't do that for whatever reason, or they just don't want to do that. They don't know how. Their art's great, but their work ethic is awful. AI art is the opposite. If I get AI art, it's costing me almost nothing, and it's done immediately. It's not high quality, but I have it. Right? The AI artist hates that because it's the antithesis to what they do. They see AI art as stealing their possible work from them, and it's like, if AI art's stealing your work from you, you need to improve your work ethic then. Because AI art cannot replace the quality of your art, unless your art's just really bad. But if you're a professional artist, not the case. What it can replace, though, is the accessibility to your art. So if you are somebody who can't make a deadline, somebody who has trouble, working with other people for whatever reason, if you're a pain in the ass to work with for any reason, I would sooner go for AI art because it's just easier and I know it's actually going to fulfill it. The AI can't dodge me, collect my money first, and then dodge me when they have to deliver the actual product, which happens with a lot of artists. It's kind of a meme among people who write books that if you try to get a book cover, vet your fucking cover artist, make sure they're not going to take the money and run at some point, because a lot of them do. Which is why so many of us do AI art for our covers, because first of all, the AI art for the cover is very cheap. A book cover, a good book cover, whether it's hand-drawn, actually I'll start with this. A book cover that is good, but not hand-drawn, so using a lot of stock assets that are rearranged, is still going to cost a couple $100, like $200 to $300. So a lot of upfront costs for that. If it's an actual hand-drawn cover, it's going to cost closer to $1,000 per cover for something good. Now that's a lot of money to take a risk on a product that I don't know how it's going to sell. It's also a lot of money to take a risk on an artist. I don't know if they're going to give me my product the way I want it in the time frame I need it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So those are the kinds of people who are having their lunch eaten by AI. People who can't. It's not so much that their art's expensive; it's that I don't know what I'm going to get back in exchange for my money. Are you going to take my money and disappear? In which case, there's not a shot in going with you over the AI. I'd sooner take the AI and put it out there like that, as unprofessional as it is. You know?
Right.
The problem is, again, that's most artists, particularly the ones bitching on Twitter. They all have problems meeting those kinds of deadlines, which is annoying. If you want to be successful as an artist, you also have to be kind of a businessman too, unfortunately. It's true for film, music, TV, art, writing, video games, all that stuff. The art is your product, but the way you sell your product, your strategy, is your business development plan. You have to have one of those to be successful. Anyway, I saw Hunter left a comment about something interesting. Should we change the subject quickly?
Yeah, we can change the subject.
Okay, Hunter said, left a comment saying, "Did you know the UFL is growing? Probably a new rival for EA for indie studio football." that's interesting to think about. So my
It is
first,
very
so
interesting.
my first thought was probably the same as yours, which is absolutely not. The NFL is too big. Thing is, though, in terms of just the sport itself, that's entirely true. The UFL is never going to be bigger than the NFL. I assume we're talking about American football, by the way, because EA football, not soccer. I'll check that real quick though. So
Yeah, check that
UFL.
really quick.
Yeah.
I mean, even
Football.
then though, even with like soccer, that's a pretty big deal because
Yeah. Okay. UFL football is the United Football League. It's American football, and it just got started a couple years ago, in 2024. It's being made by Vince McMahon from wrestling. Okay. Well, anyway,
Interesting.
why I bring that up is because you have to understand, in professional sports, if you're an American football player, the only place you really have to go to be successful is the NFL, the National Football League. You can go to the UFL or the CFL, which is the Canadian Football League, but it's very much treated like a joke because it is a demotion. It's basically saying you're not good enough to play in the real football league, so we have kind of the Powder Puff League for you instead. That's what that means. That's true for now. The UFL is very new. It might change in the future, but it's going to have a very fucking hard time changing. And I'll explain why that's the case. So first off, it's not just the money thing with the UFL. Obviously, the NFL has much deeper pockets to pay its players. Like, if I'm a good quarterback and then going to the NFL in round one of the draft, I'm going to make $20 million my first year in professional football. Easily. Right? The UFL cannot match that. The UFL does have surprisingly deep pockets to some degree. I've seen a couple players get contracts worth $500,000. Thing is, though, that's because those players have nowhere else to go, and the UFL, as I realize, is like it's either they go here or they retire. Hunter just specified he's speaking of FIFA, so soccer. Sorry, man. We're American, so we hear football and we think American football. You're probably right for soccer, but that's something I don't really know much about, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Apologies for misunderstanding you, though. I'm on a bit of a tangent, though. Do you guys mind if I keep talking about American
keep
football
talking about
briefly?
it. I'm good.
Cool. So, the American UFL League, the reason somebody gets in the UFL is because either they simply aren't good enough to be in the NFL, but they're still a good player, which is very rare, but it does happen. Or you're a good player in the NFL, but you're a basket case in some way, and they don't want to deal with your stupid ass anymore. So now you go to either the UFL or the CFL because they'll pay you and they'll deal with you because you're a good player. So what does that look like? It looks like players like Johnny Manziel. So you know who Johnny Manziel is?
I've heard of the name.
You've heard of the name. A lot of people have. Johnny Manziel's whole thing is he was the star quarterback for Texas A&M University a couple years back, like a decade or so ago. He was their biggest player at the time during his tenure in college football. He actually won the Heisman Trophy, which the Heisman Trophy, if you don't know, is basically like the award for college football. They give it to
Wow.
who's basically the best player.
No,
You have to
yeah,
be voted
yeah.
by voters to win it. Yeah, you've heard of the Heisman? Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'll talk a bit about the Heisman. Generally, to win the Heisman, you have to be an offensive player of some sort or play both positions. So it usually goes to a quarterback. If it doesn't go to a quarterback, it usually goes to a receiver of some kind. It is extremely rare it goes to a defensive player, although it has before. The last guy who won it, who played defense, was Travis Hunter, who played both defense and offense and was really fucking good at both. So that's why he won it. But anyway, Johnny Manziel won the Heisman that year for Texas A&M, and it was kind of controversial because people suspect the reason why he won the Heisman is because he took a team that was kind of irrelevant at the time, which was Texas A&M, and made them a star, made them a contender for the first time in a long time.
Okay.
When you do that, the committee takes notes, basically. Like, there are players that people say, well, this player's numbers justify winning the Heisman just as much as Manziel, but because he's from an already established team, they gave it to Manziel instead because he did more for the team or what the fuck ever. Which happens sometimes, but anyway, that's the reason why. So anyway, this is to establish that Manziel is a good quarterback who came out of what was a shitty program and was still a good quarterback, which says a lot. Won the Heisman, so his draft stock was really high going into the draft. When he committed for the NFL draft, he actually did it a year early. I think he did it as a junior in college, which you can do, but he still had eligibility left to play in college. Generally in college, you want to maximize your eligibility for playing in school to kind of pump your numbers up. If your numbers are good enough to go in without doing that, though, you can, which is what he did. He figured, you know what, my numbers are good enough to get picked high up in the draft. I have the Heisman Trophy. There are no other really good quarterbacks up for draft at the time, so I'll go in, and they're going to pick me high up because they have to. And sure enough, somebody did. Johnny Manziel went into the draft, and I think got picked at least top 5, probably top 3, possibly number 1 pick in the draft.
Wow. Okay.
Thing is, though, the problem for Johnny Manziel is he was an absolute head case. Just no real work ethic, no real desire to practice at all. Just loved to party, loved to drink, loved to do a bunch of stupid shit all the time. Just blow whatever money he had on just getting drunk and just fucking hot girls all the time. And the problem there is you can coast off of raw talent like that in college, but the NFL's a different animal, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yes, absolutely.
So Johnny Manziel goes into the NFL, right? He goes in a high draft pick, makes a lot of money off of his rookie contract. Problem is, he's a basket case there like he was in college, and he's not practicing or doing anything like that. So the team that picked him, he's already a problem in the locker room because those guys who have to work for a living don't like him. And he's expected to lead the team because he's the quarterback. So the guy that they're expecting to lead the team it just fucking hates. They hate dealing with the guy. They think he's a pompous, arrogant asshole because he is. He's not even coming to practice. He's skipping practice all the time for no reason. What that leads to, as you would imagine, is Johnny gets into the NFL and I think takes a couple snaps, like a couple plays in football, and is fucking terrible because he doesn't practice. So whatever team picked him, I believe they traded up to pick him in the first place, which is already bad. They traded up to pick him because they thought he'd be really good, and then within 2 years, he's off the team. Like, they got rid of his ass. They basically said, we have a contract with you that says if we trade you away before your contract is up, we owe you a bunch of money. We don't fucking care. Take the money. We're sick of dealing with your stupid ass. Get out. That's how much they hated him. So they got rid of him, and he had to shop around for another team that was willing to take him. So some teams did. I think he spent a year on one team and a year on another as a bench warmer, basically.
Jeez.
And then because Johnny is a drama queen, he's not getting the play he wants, so he quits the NFL in spectacular fashion and goes to join the XFL, which is the precursor to the UFL. The XFL is making a big deal about how they're going to give Johnny this big $500,000 contract.
Wow.
Well, the day Johnny Manziel is supposed to sign his contract with the XFL goes bankrupt and shutters operations. They shut down. So I bring this up because the XFL eventually turned into the UFL, and the UFL, the kind of players they deal with are players like Johnny Manziel. So that's who plays in the UFL. It's either guys like that or rarely guys who are decent players, but they just can't make it in the NFL. So it's literally an entire football league made up of misfit toys for the most part. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think at some point the UFL might be interesting, but they said the same thing about the XFL and the CFL, and neither one's worth anything. So I doubt the NFL goes anywhere. I doubt the UFL takes off in any capacity for American football. And that's sad because I'm not a big fan of the NFL in general. I think it's full of basket cases. In general, the people who play in it are not good people. They all have some kind of personality issues. Some of them are decent, but most of them, the money and fame goes to their heads, combined with whatever shitty upbringing they're coming from, and it makes them terrible people. I like college football a lot more because the players in college football have to be well put together. You can't be a drama queen in college, generally speaking, because your team will not let you, they won't stand for it. Not like the NFL. I can explain why that is the case too. So every college football team, whether actually any college sports team, in general exists entirely at the behest of the donors to the school. Mm-hmm. And if the donors don't like you, you're not going to play at that school. So don't give the donors a reason not to like you, basically. The donors ideally should not know anything about your personality. They should know that you're a good player and they'll keep you on the team there. If you give them a reason to know more than that, they will happily take it and use it against you in the worst way possible.
Makes sense.
Yeah. The problem with that is there are no donors in the NFL. People say, well, you're beholden to the fans as a player. No, you're not. You're beholden to the owner of the team, who tends to be a rich asshole with too much money and not enough sense. So that guy's not going to give a shit how much of a basket case you are as long as you make him money.
Makes sense.
Yep. That's just why I like college better, because even the players who are probably arrogant pricks in real life, they don't behave that way when they play because they can't afford to. The donors will make them know about it. Although we do occasionally get some. I can talk about one in particular if you want.
Hold that thought. I'm gonna take a quick break.
Sure. So am I. I'll be right back in a minute.
'Cause I need to get some water. I'm thirsty.
Get some water? Yeah, I'll be right back too. Back yet, Joey? Guess not. We'll be back in a little bit, chat. Joey's just taking a quick break for some water and probably a piss break too. Says, I really miss release hockey games and rugby. EA today only makes FIFA and NBA. I was expecting box and UFC, not sure if still made. That is interesting to think about too. Yeah, I remember back in like the 2000s and so, EA would make a bunch of sports games that were not sports games designed for America, so to speak, like the United States. They were designed for other countries, which is, I wonder why they don't do that anymore. I don't know. I guess they just decided, I hate to say it, but they probably decided those sports games just weren't big money makers for them. Because it is EA, they care about money at the end of the day. Don't know, man. Either way, I think that does suck. Just because I'm sick of seeing just sports games are all FIFA and all, like, you know, John Madden football. I want some more variety, too. Even if I don't really play them. Variety spice of life, dude.
And you were right, man.
Yeah.
I had to piss like a motherfucker.
Yeah, piss like horse, dude.
Oh, yeah. I think that EA actually makes a fairly substantial amount of money off of.
They make a lot off of FIFA and Madden football.
Yeah, because mostly
But, like, they make a lot off of FIFA, a lot. I know that. I think Hunter and I would like to see them make some for other sports as well.
No,
just because I think it'd
agree.
be. I do kind of miss the genre of sports games if I never really played them. It's just more variety at the end of the day. More variety is not a bad thing. I actually really want to see more sports games like the ones we used to get, like Backyard Baseball, where it's a baseball game, but it's like cartoony and fun.
Yeah,
We don't
or
really
like
get those
like NBA Jam.
Yeah, or like remember Blitz the League? Remember that? More stuff like that. We can make a sports game. It's not just based off of real players. We can make a sports game that is the sport, but maybe a bit more fictionalized than others would be.
The Looney Tunes basketball game on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
the game
just
was
more
a
stuff
lot
like
of fun.
that. It can, or like Mario Strikers or Mario Baseball, anything like that. Even those count. we can still do all that. I don't know why we don't. I understand that people are like, they're not big money makers, they're very niche. Well, sure, but a lot of stuff is niche. You can still have fun with it. Plus, it's EA. They have more money than God.
4, 3, 2.
Hunter says, probably they are lazy. They even make live service for Dragon Age Veilguard to get extra cash. They even retired live service since Anthem is a live service game. Don't get us started on Veilguard, dude. We will be here all night.
Veilguard.
And Anthem, too, is the same way. It's just, those are both BioWare games, aren't they? So I wonder how much of that's EA and how much of that is BioWare. Well, actually, it's both, because BioWare is made up of incompetent morons these days, but EA keeps them around for so far, for some reason. I don't know why. That's quite the quandary. I can only assume EA keeps them around to try and retain some goodwill somewhere instead of being known as basically video games great Satan. Just, hey, we're not all bad. We have these guys who made good games 20 years ago. That's kind of cool. And everyone's like, great. They haven't made anything good since then, so why should I care? Know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I must say, my favorite fall from grace to watch, and I'm sure yours has been too, is Ubisoft.
Oh, it's great. I love watching them.
So I love Ubisoft because every time I see their name in a news headline, I know it's filled with bad news for them, and I'm so happy whenever I see it. I fucking hate Ubisoft. I hope they go. I actually don't want them to go out of business. I do eventually, but not yet. I want them to keep being funny until then. It's just, man, talk about a fall from grace. You guys were, like, your company was on top of the world in, like, the 2010s to about 2016 or so, when you just made nothing but consistent dog shit since then, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody loved you, starting at least with Far Cry 3, and probably Far Cry 2 more likely, and then Assassin's Creed, all this good shit. What the fuck have you done since then? Nothing worth thinking about. Like, Far Cry, that's bitching. The modern Far Cry games were good in spite of you, not because of you.
Exactly.
And even then, you ran that formula way into the ground. Then you did the same thing with Assassin's Creed over and over again. Now nobody gives a shit about that either. So what do you have left? Fucking nothing.
At level 5.
And hell, it began even before that with Rayman. Everybody loved Rayman. Rayman was great.
Yeah.
Rayman's a classic.
I think the issue is with a lot of those companies, they get too caught up in just I have to make all the money instead of just like they get caught up in I want to make a lot of money with one game instead of just I have this series that's a modest earner. It doesn't make a lot of money because it's niche, but it doesn't cost me very much to make and it sells consistently. Somehow that's not good enough anymore. Now you have to have the big fucking major release that just sucks up a bunch of resources, time, and money. And if it doesn't do well, you're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a stupid way to run a business. I don't know why they do it. Well, I do know, but we've gone over this before in the last stream for Doom, so I'm not going to focus on it too much. But there's a lot to be said for your business plan consisting of stuff I can make easily, cheaply, and consistently that doesn't sell amazingly but sells fine. That's often quite good. You can make an entire business off that model. I don't know why people don't do it more often.
Because they're dumb.
Yeah. It's like this. Imagine, best way I can describe it is this. Think of a toothpaste company, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when a company makes toothpaste, what are they making? They are making a product that is designed to be sold cheaply, is designed to be available, and it is designed to be consistent, right? Everybody needs toothpaste. Even when the market has a downturn, you are still going to buy toothpaste because you don't want your teeth to rot out of your skull because that sucks, right? Mm-hmm. So even if you have basically no money, you're still going to buy toothpaste because you still need to brush your teeth. Thing is, though, toothpaste is never going to sell billions of dollars off of one thing, right? It's going to sell quite a bit, but it's going to sell a modest profit, but it will be consistent every single year. Despite that, if you're good at making toothpaste, you can make an entire business off of just making toothpaste and do quite well for yourself. So why are we not doing that more often? Why are we not taking those things that people need or that they want to the point where they're going to buy them even with what little money they have? And just focusing on, I'm making good money here. I don't need to make more than this, And that's perfectly viable, isn't it?
It is, and I agree. And it's just because it kind of goes back to what we were talking about with Soros. It's all these companies are ran by people who still
They don't
think
understand that because the reason why for a lot of them is they're publicly traded, so they have shareholders, and now your shareholders have to have their investment paid back quickly.
Mhm.
And the way you do that is short-term gains. The way you get short-term gains is either by cutting costs or shipping a lot of making a lot of sales of something high dollar, or both. Problem with that is when you focus on doing those things, you're hollowing out the rest of the company in favor of just pleasing the shareholders, and that's not sustainable forever. Eventually, the company will go under because of that. Whereas if you just focused on making toothpaste, you can stay on forever. You don't have to do anything else. Just make your toothpaste every fucking year, collect your money every year, stay at like a modest amount of size, and you will be set for life. But when you go public, it's not good enough anymore. What I'm saying is, as artists, to tie it into our earlier conversation, our goal as artists should not be to do what Ubisoft does and make a couple of good years of really good profit before it was just completely collapsing. We should strive to make the artistic equivalent of toothpaste, just something that everyone's going to always buy, that's very consistent and easy for me to make, and that I make a decent profit on, but I'm not going to get rich off of by itself. Just if I do it long enough, I'll make a good living at it. That's what I really want.
Demonic presence at unsafe level. Lockdown in effect.
That's just my philosophy, though.
Well, I've got my philosophy.
Yep. People, artists in particular, lose that in the weeds, though. They see, they think, I want to be the next George R.R. Martin or the next J.K. Rowling. I want to make the next Harry Potter. I want to make the Great American Novel and just sell 10 million copies of one book. Okay, cool. Problem is, that almost never happens. J.K. Rowling, we know her name because it happened to her. If it hadn't happened to her, we wouldn't know who she is, would we? What are the odds of it happening to you? Extremely slim. It happened to her because she was in the right place at the right time with the right product to capture the right market. If
Hey,
that's
you
not
guys
you,
still there?
then yes, we're still here. If that's not you, then
Yeah.
don't even think about it. What's going on, dude?
Nothing. I just had some problems with streaming Resident Evil 1 because the FPS wasn't showing up, so I streamed for an hour, then stopped, so I had to figure out how to get the FMVs showing up on stream.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a problem with the PC version of the game. The GOG version of the game has the same issues. We know
Well, I'm
because
gonna
we
figure out how to
experienced
fix
it on
it.
stream.
I'll do more.
Yep.
I'm gonna have
wish
to
I
figure out how
could.
to fix it before I do more.
Yeah. I wish we could tell you how to fix it. We kind of just struggled through all of 2 and then a bit of 3 with the FMVs broken. I believe so, right, Joey?
I can't remember if we did or not. I think I found a way to fix it, but
Yeah, it was something weird though, and it kind of fucked up your OBS for streams after those.
yeah.
I think you have to stream it
figure it
to
out.
desktop or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I ended up having to do.
Well, then again, we weren't on Steam though. We were on the GOG launchers. That might have been why. I don't know if the same fix would apply to the Steam version.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Did you just hear chill, dude?
For a bit, before I watch some stuff with
Cool.
Lucas. I'll
Awesome.
probably go back in there.
Yep. I'm probably gonna drop in like a half hour, so
That's
I'll
fine.
stick around
We've
until
been
then.
we've
but-
been streaming for quite some time.
Yeah, I have
Oh,
to.
that
I'm supposed to get together with some other friends of mine at 6, so I want to get some food in me and probably a drink or 2 before then. But I'm gonna keep going until about 5. Sound good?
Well, sounds good.
Just because
Yeah,
I
that sounds
haven't
good.
I haven't been on stream with you in a couple weeks, and I really like doing this. So just shooting the shit.
Yeah, man.
I'll
It's
say
been
like
great.
this stream has not been like as uproariously funny as it usually is, but it's been like a great conversation. I'm just having a really good time here, just chilling. I love it.
I agree.
Yeah. What's the line from Sleep Token that Vessel used in the song? I can't always be killing the game. That's how I feel right now.
It's really
I
funny
Can't
you-
always be killing the game.
It's funny you brought that up because me and my roommate we were just talking about that line yesterday. Because we were talking about how like people like just get really snooty about music and hate stuff, and we were like, it's like
Yes.
people who hate.
So I saw that lyric because I was looking up the lyrics for Even in Arcadia, the song, which has fantastic lyrics, and everybody's like, people didn't like the line "I can't always be killing the game," whatever song that's from, I forget which one, but they're like, this is an example of Vessel's writing not being great. And everyone else is like, well, his writing's been consistently great all the time. I think the man is owed a chance to have a bit of fun on his album here and there. That line, I could tell Vessel was probably grating through his teeth when he wrote it because it's funny. It's funny because it's so against what their usual lyrics are like. It's very on the nose and just humorous, whereas their other stuff is very much not. You know?
Right.
It's like, let my man have some fun for once. Jeez.
Exactly. Like this guy like fucking is breaking down while fucking doing a guitar solo. Like, let the man be whimsy. Let him be whimsical.
And everyone's like, guys, if this is a problem for you, you don't know very much about the band, because Vessel's whole thing is during a show, it's equal parts like he's falling apart, but also having a great time. Like, he'll go out on stage and do funny shit. He'll play like pieces of music from video games. He'll play like the stuff from Zelda or stuff from Halo on the piano between songs. He'll often do funny stuff during the guitar solo that his guitarist plays. Like, he'll sit there like an admiring fan with one leg kicked up, or he'll one time he was playing a Steam Deck live on stage during a concert.
Dude, that's fucking
when
awesome.
guitarist was soloing. It's very funny. Yeah, he does stuff like that. He'll come out wearing fake cat ears on top of all of his other costumes just for the fuck of it, because he can. Like, he'll do shit like that, and then that's how the concert starts. But by the time he gets midway through to the end point, it's very emotional again. That's just who he is. And so, like, let my man have some fun on his albums. Come on, guys. I do appreciate also that people were initially worried. They saw... So when the new album, Even in Arcadia, was announced, I think towards the few months before it came out last year, people were concerned because the way they announced it is they dropped the lyrics for the song, Even in Arcadia, with no music. And they were reading the lyrics and like, oh shit, this kind of reads like this is the band's swan song. They're intending for this to be the last one. They're worried about that. But the band just signed a deal with a record company for 3 more albums, so they're gonna be with us for a little bit while at least. Yeah. So everyone's really like, okay, never mind, we're cool with it. Yeah, they signed a 3 record deal with, I think, RCA Records or something like that. So we got at least 3 more from the boys. Yep. I assume that even when those 3 records are done, if they have more music in them in the same style, they'll probably stick with Sleep Token as a project. Otherwise, if not, there ain't no way those guys are gonna go away forever. They're 100% doing something else. I don't see Vessel getting rid of his drummer. That drummer is a fucking animal. He's got to keep that guy.
He's like half the reason why the band is so good, aside from his lyrics and guitar work.
Yeah, so the entire band is those 2 people. The entire band is Vessel, who he writes all the music and all the lyrics and plays everything in studio except the drums. He has the drummer to record the drums and compose the drum parts. And it works great. And then everybody else in the band is kind of a touring member only, like a live member only. They still contribute something to the recording process, but not much. Most of it's just Vessel and then 2 on drums. But yes, if he keeps anybody from the band, he has to keep 2, because 2 is an incredible drummer, not just technically, but in the way he composes drum parts. Like, if you break down 2's drumming style, it is literally what you get if you mix Joey Jordison from Slipknot with a gospel drummer. And of course, 2 himself did an interview and admitted, my biggest influences are Joey Jordison from Slipknot and gospel music. And it shows in the way he drums. It's incredible to listen to. That guy can compose a really good drum part, I'll say that much, and just play the fuck out of it. Probably the best example, some of my favorite drumming he's ever done. You know the song High Water?
Yes, I think so. Fuck.
Okay, so High Water is a great example because the whole song is pretty muted all the way through. The drums don't even come in until about the halfway point. When the drums come in, they're very much kind of muted, kind of like low in the mix, and kind of like not played very powerfully. Then the climax of the song hits, and my man starts fucking ripping on him. Like, it's like this very frantic. It's like, it's hard to describe what way it sounds. It's really heavy, like very intense, but it's a gospel type beat being played with like the feel and finesse of a metal player, and it sounds fucking killer. You like listen to High Water again when you get the chance, first thing you can. and listen for that drum part right at the very end, before Vessel comes in with the last line of the lyrics. You'll know what I mean immediately. I think Hunter's been sending us messages, so I'm going to read these real quick. He says, I think people complain way too much about trivial things these days, like immersion. Skyrim fanboys claim it's the best RPG because of the immersion, exploration, and physics-based objects, but I think that kind of thinking is a bit off. I am inclined to agree with you, actually. So there's something to be said for immersion. I think a game being immersive in that way is really important, but it's not the only thing it should have going for it. I'm sure Joey probably feels about the same way on that.
I do.
Yeah, because like, I remember. Oh shit! I think like some of the most immersed I've ever been in a game is playing Stalker for the first time. Because Stalker is like, whether you want it to or not, you are in that shit. You know. Silent Hill 2 was really immersive for me the first time I played it, because I played it at a proper time in my life, and I played it completely blind, no guide, with the lights off, like alone in my room, no other ambient noise except the game, which is the perfect way to play it. So you can kind of make yourself more immersed in a game by doing stuff like that, but the game itself being immersive too is also important as well. I was never... When people say immersive, by the way, what does that mean? I think we have different meanings behind it. To me, it's like extremely easy to lose myself in the game for however much time I have. Like, I'm no longer focused on anything but the game. For a lot of people, though, I think they feel immersion is equivalent to turn my brain off, right? Kind of go on the roller coaster, turn my brain off. That's what I think they mean when they call a Bethesda game immersive. It's not immersive in the same way like the Silent Hill 2 thing with me was, or the Stalker thing was. What they're doing is kind of zoning out and playing the game for busy work for a couple hours. They don't have to focus on their menial lives, how much their life sucks, which is fair. There's something to be said for that. It's different though from Stalker and Silent Hill in that, you know, I'm not just sucked into it. What's up again, dude? You there, Tion?
Lucas is still doing some bullshit, so I don't know.
All right, you can chill with us.
No, just hang out with us. Something for me, you were talking about immersion, like, with Silent Hill 2. I remember playing the Silent Hill 2 remake, and I was being, like, very, very immersed in it, very, like, I'm into this. And then I remember getting to the prison level, the Toka prison. Yeah. And, I was so completely... When I say immersed, like, I got there and I genuinely felt uncomfortable playing that level. Like,
yeah,
I felt a level of dread that I had never felt in playing a game or like watching a movie or reading a book in a very long time. Like,
yeah,
I got there and I could feel like, yeah, I can imagine the absolute, like, terror that the prisoners went through in this absolute fucking hellhole of a prison.
Yeah.
And if you go on, like, the Silent Hill subreddit, there are plenty of people who, like, they asked, like, did anyone else feel like this absolute sheer raw terror while playing the prison? So obviously other people have felt that while playing it. So
yeah, no, that's exactly the kind of thing too. That's what I think of when I think of immersion as well. Just stuff like that. Stalker is the same way. When you get to your first underground lab in Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl, you are probably going to feel very similar to it. It's just, oh my gosh, I really don't want to fucking do this right now. Jesus Christ, but I have to. Hunter says, to me, immersion would be something like Death Stranding, where the environment interacts with the character. That is part of it, in my opinion. I don't think it's the whole thing, but it is a big part of it. We have 4 people in Discord chat now. What's up, guys?
Who's in here? I just moved them here, so I doesn't wonder where the hell I am.
Oh.
Anyway, for me, immersion, I don't really care about immersion like that, unless you know,
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Unless that's what they're going for.
Yeah. I think it matters more depending on what type of game you're playing. Like a horror game, you really want immersion. If it's a game like Doom, it's not as important.
But the thing is that a lot of people will keep saying immersion when there's like obviously very bad mechanics.
Yes, that is true.
I'm trying to remember what game example.
When you say that, though, just for my own clarification, do you mean like they're using immersion as an excuse for the rest of the game that's terrible? Something like that?
Well, sometimes the mechanic that isn't good to begin with, you know?
Oh, the mechanic sucks, but it sucks for this reason because it makes me feel more real or something?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Rockstar games are like full of that shit.
100% they are, yeah. 100%.
Oh yeah, 100%. Rockstar games suffer from, especially modern ones, and look, I do really like Red Dead Redemption 2 a lot, but it suffers from being too period accurate.
Yeah.
Like,
I think if it's a mechanic that is designed purely to immerse somebody, but it's done at the detriment of the actual game feeling fun to play, that's a problem. Which sounds like that's what Red Dead Redemption 2 does with it.
yes, it does. Like, for the most part, yeah, it's a fun game, but it's just, it's to a point where, you know, it just becomes unfun to play, because it's like, you guys tried too hard to make it like you're really living in this time period as opposed to still giving it some game feeling. Like,
yeah, like you could have easily taken an artistic liberty here that we would allow because it's for making the gameplay feel better, but you didn't because, you know, we wouldn't be real. Who gives a shit?
Or it's like dumbass shit like the whole thing with like horse balls shrinking in the cold. Like, who cares? Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? I never understood why they added that. That was what the fuck, man.
Yeah, for real. See, I could understand somebody like Kojima adding that because it's Kojima. He does weird stuff like that because he can. But why would anyone else want to? You're not Kojima.
Exactly.
Like, you probably don't want to be Kojima either. I wouldn't want to be Kojima personally. I understand, like, I respect what the man's made, but he's just kind of fucking weird about a lot of the stuff he does. It's just there because we justify all of it because, oh, it's Kojima. He's always done that, which he has. Like, was it necessary in MGS1 to show the DARPA chief shitting his brains out? No, but it's Kojima, so that's why it's there. You know what I mean?
He's special, Kojima.
Yeah. Yeah. Kojima's whole problem is he's clearly watched like way too many Quentin Tarantino movies and thinks that's how everything should be made. But it's like Quentin Tarantino does all that stuff because he's Quentin Tarantino, and now you do it because you're Kojima. Nobody else should really be doing shit like that.
Exactly.
Is it really necessary for Tarantino in Pulp Fiction to do that whole thing about the dead storage? You know what I mean? No, but he gets away with it because he's Tarantino.
The dead storage is certainly a line.
Yeah. I also appreciate that he wrote it so that, like, the guy saying it in the movie is not an actor, that's Tarantino himself. So he wrote that line for himself. Like, no, it's vital I drop the N-word like fucking 5 times in my own movie.
Oh, yeah, I was just about to say that. That was Tarantino who was dropping those N-bombs.
It was him. It was him, yeah.
Nobody else does it but him.
No.
Not even fucking.
What crazy is that Sam Jackson doesn't give a shit because he had an interview with the guy during what was that movie, where it's like, okay, what? Say it. Come on.
Yeah, he's like, go on, say it, do it. Yeah.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
Oh, it was fucking Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, it was in Django Unchained.
Django Unchained.
Yeah, I think if I remember right, actually, DiCaprio was very reluctant because the whole I think in Pulp Fiction, Tarantino is saying it to somebody off camera. Sam Jackson's not there. Like you can see the way it's cut and filmed. It's like cut. You know, they're separate stuff. But the way DiCaprio's saying it in Django, he's saying it to Sam Jackson. And so DiCaprio is, as you would imagine, extremely reluctant to do this. And to the point where he's ruining takes by mistake. And finally Sam Jackson's like, look, dude, I've had people call me this in real life and mean it. I know you don't mean it. Just say the fucking line, please.
What gets me too is that I remember like he walked. I think it was Tarantino. He walks up to Jamie Foxx and chews him out so bad that Jamie was like, okay, yeah, all right, fair, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do better.
Yeah. And Tarantino can do shit like that because he's Tarantino. But the rest of anyone else, good luck.
Good luck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm legally acquiring through a Japanese DVD King Osama Sentai King Oger.
Osama
Hey,
Sentai?
look who's back.
Osama?
Yeah.
Bin Laden?
Bin Laden's not in the Super Sentai universe canonically.
Oh. Why not?
That's a good question. Anyways.
Anyways, changing the uncomfortable subject.
What, you don't want to see
love
Osama
King
bin Laden
Oger.
transform?
I want to see what he does to the Great
Yes,
Satan
but
if he
not into a
transforms.
Sentai. Yes, but not into a Sentai Ranger. I would actually want to see that, but not as a I wouldn't want to into a Sentai Ranger.
I want to say, I do appreciate you guys not taking the chance to make obvious 9/11 jokes. 9/11 is quite close to my heart. My uncle actually died on 9/11. I still remember his last words over the phone to me. Allahu Akbar.
Oh wow, who could have seen that coming? You've made that
Exactly.
joke, by the way.
I know, but it's been a while, so
I'm pretty sure that was last month.
probably. A month is a while for a joke like that for me. I mean, come on, dude.
Fair.
It's also why I don't make Holocaust jokes very frequently, because they're overplayed and frankly they're not very funny.
This
Listen,
fucker.
the last
This
funny
fucking
Holocaust
guy.
jokes, last Holocaust jokes I saw was from a Solid JJ video where Professor X was like beaming the Holocaust into people's head, and when he beams it into Cyclops' head, he doesn't react, and he's like, well, it's like, how come you didn't react? It's like, I knew it wasn't real. It's like, Charles, so Charles did this to you before. He says, no, I just knew they weren't real. He's like, the Visons or the Holocaust? And Cyclops is still like, yeah. Yeah. The Holocaust got it. It really did. It's like,
So I think my favorite just out of pocket, blatantly offensive thing to say, just randomly as a shit post, is just, no, it didn't happen, but it should have, because it's like funny on multiple layers.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
dude, it's crazy to me that you really
People believe
can't
that.
change. No, you really can't change Magneto's backstory of being a Holocaust survivor because it's so
Yeah.
ingrained to his character. So
Yeah.
what are we gonna do later on, right? When it's like 2050 and it would have been like 100 years since the Holocaust.
Yeah.
I think one of my
Is that the end
favorite.
of the game? What the fuck?
Oh no, I've just shaved an extra. I know it's getting closer to 5, so I figure we just
Alright.
use the last few minutes just to shoot the shit. I think one of my
Alright,
favorite
cool.
offensive jokes is just the meme local man found to have done nothing wrong.
Gee, I wonder who's in the picture.
Where's in the picture? Well, Minnie, what was the joke that you told me earlier? Because I was talking about I was bitching about grapers. Oh, I guess
Fuck
because
if I
he
remember,
didn't.
dude.
That's because he didn't get them all. Got him, Lamau.
Yeah, God of Lamau. No. So the whole thing is, this takes some explanation. So when I was in college, a good friend of mine and I had kind of a stupid game we would play, where the goal was to just randomly burst out with the most offensive, out-of-pocket shit you obviously don't believe, and see who broke first, like who laughed at it hardest. And then so we got to the apex of it, which is feeding off of each other. So he opens with the obvious one, which at the time was the big H-man did nothing wrong. And so I'm sitting there, and I look at him funny, I'm like, what do you mean he did nothing wrong? He did something wrong. He's like, what, did he die? I said, no, he didn't get them all. And so then he loses his shit laughing. And so I thought I had the record with that. But he actually topped it a little while later, and I had to throw in the towel. I'm like, I can't say anything worse than that. And what I say, if I said something worse than that, it would just be the N-word, and that's not funny. So what he told me that had him win the whole game was, for caveat, nobody here genuinely believes this. Just throwing that out there. So what he said to me that made him win was the two things I can get behind are the re-enslavement of black people and animal abuse. And I'm like, dude, I can't top that. If I tried to, it'd just be the N-word. So fuck it. You win this game. We're done playing this. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That is impressive.
Yep. That man was too spicy for my sense of humor in that moment. I'd throw in the towel. It's just I can't top that. Like, what am I supposed to say?
Most impressive.
Yeah.
I don't even think Tally could top that.
For fuck's sake. I just want to order a chili.
Well, not
cheeseburger
without
from
actually meaning it.
Hispanic.
And knowing him, he
Yeah,
probably
not
would.
without actually meaning it, or without saying like just straight up a racial slur in there somewhere. I
This
could
is
probably
stupid.
I have something that could top it, but it would require the hard R, so I'm not going to say it because that's just that's too much. It's too forced.
Yeah, at that point, it's not even funny.
Italian's kind of dumb.
Yeah, no, it is funny, but it's not as funny. It's more high effort. Whereas what he said was much lower effort and still very funny. That's the whole point. For the record, the thing I was gonna say is actually a quote from John Lennon, so you know it's pretty spicy and good.
Oh, shit!
The John Lennon quote is the exact quote from Mr. Lennon himself. Women are the black people of gender, except he does not say black people and he does not use the soft A. So you can probably imagine what he said. He meant it.
I
It
know
as a
what
political
you're
statement.
talking about.
He
I
meant
know
it
what
as
you're
a
talking
political
about.
statement, saying that's fucked up. But the way he said it, everyone's like, "Why would you say this? You just gave so much ammo to the wrong kinds of people. You fucking moron!" Like, they're gonna be using
John-
that quote in a way you didn't intend for decades after you're gone, dude. Like, what are you
John
thinking?
Lennon, God.
Christ
John,
almighty.
Yeah.
John Lennon. John fucking Lennon. What was I think one of my favorite quotes from Seth, I can't remember what video it was, is I would personally travel back in time and shoot John Lennon myself.
Yeah. Did you guys know the thing about Bloody Mary, the urban legend about that, where if you stand in a dark room, in the bathroom with the lights completely off, after like 3 a.m. and say Bloody Mary into the mirror 3 times, she'll appear and kill you?
Yes.
Apparently, if you do that, but instead say John Lennon, he'll appear and you can waste him with a snub nose 38 if you want.
You know, we keep it's like I've heard the name John Lennon pop up so many times, but I don't actually know who that is.
John
He's a member
Lennon.
of the Beatles. He's a member
John
of the
Lennon
Beatles.
is the lead singer of the Beatles, or
Yeah.
what
Oh,
was
that's
formerly
why.
the
They were
Beatles.
dead before my time.
Yes.
Unfortunately, John Lennon is also the most controversial
person.
of the Beatles because he's a genuinely
He's the only
horrible
he's genuinely
fucking
a
person.
Complete, fucker. He's a fucking
I could
druggie,
tell.
domestic abuser, just terrible person all around. Not a very talented musician either. All of the songs he wrote for the Beatles are not particularly good, and he's not a very good singer. The best Beatles songs have him just playing guitar. Otherwise, he's not involved in their creation.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Basically, everybody else in the Beatles
They were the talent.
were the driving talent. Paul
Yeah.
McCartney, George Harrison, Ringo Starr, and
The only
all of them.
well, maybe not Ringo. He's not very talented either. But
I
that's 'cause
think
he's
Ringo.
Ringo.
I think Ringo is pretty good. I actually have a Lazy Piece of Shit Left Behind a vinyl of his first solo album. I thought it was pretty fucking good. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I thought it was good. He also left behind a rather interesting live album of it was a concert for Bangladesh. It was hosted by George Harrison. It has a lot of really, really good music on there. I wasn't too sure
George
what to expect
Harrison-
of it.
Harrison's like a really solid musician all around. People don't realize that. Well, they do now. They didn't back then. That dude can play guitar really fucking good. He can trade solos with Eric Clapton all he wants, and they're both, feed off each other. I forget, was it Harrison who wrote "While My Guitar Gently Weeps"? Was that his song?
I believe so.
Did he write that? Because one of them wrote, either him or Clapton wrote it, and then the other guy played the solo on it. Yeah. There's actually, if you haven't seen this video before yet, Joey, you should check it out like immediately. There is a video from when George Harrison was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2006. So they're inducting him in, and during the ceremony, he's passed away by now. When they're inducting him in, they're doing a rendition of "While My Guitar Gently Weeps." But the people playing the song on stage are just a fucking who's who of just A-list musicians. So you have Jeff Lynne from ELO, you have George Harrison's son, you have Tom Petty, you have who else is it? Is it Steve Miller, I think, on keys, and then a couple of drummers. Wow. Yeah, so big names up there. But the best part is when, out of nowhere, Prince walks on stage and just shreds a solo for like 4 fucking minutes, just ungodly guitar playing. And he's actually, you can tell Prince is just improvising the whole thing, because he keeps looking back to Harrison's son, who's leading the band, like, when should I stop? And the guy's like, motioning, keep fucking playing, you're killing it. And it keeps going, right? And then Prince comes out, melts everyone's face in the audience, and then puts the guitar away and just walks off stage.
That's fucking sick. That's such a Prince thing to do.
It is.
I'll have to check that out.
I'm gonna find the video for you.
Find that
I'll
out
link it for you right now.
Hunter
100%.
asked if we like music like Backstreet Boys. I mean, listening to it unironically, sure, I guess, but I mean, it's not my first choice to come up.
I've listened to more parodies of Backstreet Boys songs than actually them. I remember there was a horror
these days.
I remember there was a horror version of "I Like It That Way," and they made Leatherface sound incredibly Texan, which makes sense because isn't he from Texas?
Yes, Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah. Okay. I'm an idiot. I already knew that. Leave me alone.
Why, yes, Tion, the horror icon from the film Texas Chainsaw Massacre is indeed from Texas.
I've never actually seen that film, to be fair.
I believe specifically that it takes place in West Texas. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember.
Man, that place sounds like shit.
I thought the only shitty place in Texas was Austin, Texas.
Got fucking bullshit everywhere, man.
Wait, what are we talking about? I was not paying attention. I'm sorry.
Applebee's.
We were talking about Tion was brought up Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and because he said Texas, that's where Leatherface is from, right? And I said yes. That's why the movie's called Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
What the fuck do I want? Huh?
Joey, I just sent you that video for Prince playing that song. I was gonna listen to the other guys, but honestly, you're there for Prince, so check that out when you get a chance. It's like 6 minutes long. It's great.
I definitely will. All right, well, guys, it's 5 o'clock. I know Minnie's got stuff to do. I know you boys have stuff to do. It's
Yep.
Damn. All right. Jim Jones punch for everyone.
I gotta get off the stream now, so I guess I'll just go die. See you guys later.
Guess I'll just die now. All right, everybody, thanks for coming out. Chat, thanks for coming out. Hunter, thanks for coming out.
Thanks for hanging, guys. Appreciate
I will,
See you in a...
I'll see you all in probably like 3 or so weeks, because I'll be out of the country in the Philippines and Japan. So, love you guys. Watch my shorts.
Wait.
See
Joey,
you all. Yes?
I need to ask you a favor if you're going to Japan.
What is
Try
your
not
favorite
to add or subtract to the population.
I will pay you for it. Just tell me the price. But can you get me a driver from Kamen Rider?
Tion, I will personally seek out a driver just for you. If you have a specific one, send it to me. I will buy it for you. We'll make an exchange. I'll send that shit to you. I got you.
Joey,
I got you.
Joey, can I have you to hook me up with something too?
What do you want me to hook you up with, Minnie?
Big titted Japanese Onesan.
You have to come to Japan with me for that.
You can't hook me up?
I can't hook you up.
God damn
Howard.
it! Every time. Every time.
Howard, you have to go to Japan yourself. It's the reward of finding one for yourself that makes it worth it.
I don't want the fucking reward. I just want the thing.
Well, too bad. You gotta put
You
effort
don't
into it.
deserve it.
Damn it! I haven't
You
to work
don't
for what I
deserve
want. Sucks, dude. Anyway, that's my only request. Since you can't fill it, guess I'll just go shoot myself. See you guys later.
Well, have a good day.
I'm gonna have a good day, guys. I'll talk to you
I
later.
can't wait to meet
Have-
your ghost in the next stream.
Yep. See you, Joey. Have
All right,
fun in Japan.
see you guys.
Try
Y'all
to
have a
try to
good-
save some pussy for everyone else while you're there, please.
I can't make any promises.
I said that's why I said try. Just make the effort, please. I appreciate it. Anyway, see you guys later. Have a good one, guys.
Later.
See ya.
Bye, bye, chat.